All right, Chair Miller, the um, feed is unmuted to the broadcast, so you guys are ready to start whenever you want. Have a great meeting, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 7th and final meeting on the Legislative Committee on Education. Welcome to those who present online and by phone. Again, as we begin our final meeting, and after, first, I just want to take a moment and thank all of the committee members for all of your hard and extensive work when it comes to this interim committee. I also would like to thank our staff at LCB for everything they do to assist us, not just policy-wise, but technically wise with this virtuality that we're all in. And so just much appreciation to everyone involved in making this happen. Right now, I will have one of our committee policy analysts, Ms. Richard, call roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Dennis.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Pickard.
Here.
Senator Woodhouse.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Here.
Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you so much. Everyone is present. Just to let everyone know also that the meeting materials, including the work session document, can be accessed on the committee's webpage. There will be one change. A3 will be pulled off the agenda because it doesn't match our intent, and there will be no further action taken on that item. Anyone who likes to receive electronic notifications and access the committee's materials, including the final report, can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. There will be public comment period at the beginning and the end of today's meeting, and public comment, as we do habitually, is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. There are 4 options to provide public comment, all of which are listed on the agenda. You may first call 1-669-900-6833, and when prompted, enter the meeting ID 932-0915-6393, and then press pound. You may email your comments to education@lcb.state.nv.us. You may also mail written comments to Research Division, 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701, and fax comments to 775-684-6600. All public comment submitted to the committee's email will be made part of the official record. With that, let's begin. We're ready to start our second agenda item, which is public comment. Again, please note that today is the final meeting of the 2019-2020 interim for the Committee on Education, and the committee will be taking actions on topics reviewed during the interim. It is not customary for the committee to accept testimony during a work session. If any representatives or members of the public wish to comment on any item of the work session, they should do so now during the public comment period. If a committee member has a question that must be answered before voting, I will ask that a representative from the entity respond to the question during the work session. For those making public comment or testifying in front of the committee, please clearly state and spell out your first and last name and the organization you represent. As a reminder, public comment is limited to 2 minutes for each speaker. We will time each speaker during public comment to ensure everyone is given a fair opportunity to speak. We will notify each person when they have 20 seconds remaining. An additional opportunity to make public comment will be available at the end of the meeting. Will LCB's broadcast and production services staff please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting? And while LCB staff is doing that, we'll ask that everyone else always ensures that our microphones are on mute so that we have the best clear sound we can have.
Callers with the last three digits, 602. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good morning, Chair Miller and Interim Education members. This is Eddie Ableser, Eddie, last name Ableser. I'm calling as the former director of the Office for Safe and Respectful Learning Environments in regards to a proposed BDR listed in Agenda A regarding the Nevada Educator Bill of Rights. As I read much of this document, while many of these points are really beneficial, I have a concern about there's the first four, 2 through 4 points listed from Louisiana. First, I think it's important for the committee to recognize that Louisiana still has on their statute the ability for a teacher to physically discipline a child in the classroom. Moreover, I think with the enormous steps that Nevada has taken over the past 4 years in creating safe and respectful learning environments for students and all individuals, more importantly, the commitment towards restorative practices, the commitment towards social emotional learning and positive behavioral interventions and supports, items 2 through 4 are very adverse to the efforts that this state has taken. And as the former director, when I read this, I had to call in and offer my expert view. One, the word discipline is a punitive, fear-based term that the state and many educators are moving away from. Restorative practices are a much more affirming and appropriate tool to use with students. Items 3, which talks about disruptive students and removing any student from the classroom, we've seen this happen historically in schools across the country. And unfortunately, this has always tended to result in students of color and other underrepresented students with disabilities who have been unfairly targeted as a result. And we've seen students get removed from classrooms for ridiculous reasons. But the point is that I know that the current director and the Department of Education has provided teachers and districts with strong plans to address students that might have differing behavioral needs in the classroom. And just removing a student does not help anyone in that situation. And then finally, item 4, which talks about not having the professional judgment for discipline to be taken into question, is highly concerning. I'll tell you in my brief time as the director, that's a very ambiguous term, and it is a slippery slope in really forsaking the protections of students. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Perfect timing. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 023. Please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Brenda Pearson, BrendaPearson, with the Clark County Education Association. Funding is the most important issue facing public education in Nevada. Pre-COVID, funding was the issue. During COVID, funding is an issue that has laid bare the class and race divide in our system, and it will continue to be so unless we find an ultimate solution. Though this committee deals with education policy, we are sharing with you that CC's primary effort in the upcoming session is to advocate for and successfully pass new revenue for K-12 education. Over 65% of Nevada's student population, that is 327,000 students, are considered at risk. We support SB 543 and the implementation of the new funding formula that has adequate levels of the basic per pupil funding level, as well as finally moving to weights for our students with greater needs. We want to see adequate and optimal funding levels in our K-12 system, as well as a public school charter authority. all roads lead to funding. Many policy issues this committee will be dealing with will inevitably have a fiscal impact whether small or significant. To that end, CCA is focusing on finding funding solutions. We will also advocate for additional revenue for education in the context of building a new and diversified economy in Nevada. We cannot talk about a new economy without investing in education, and we cannot advocate for more funding for education without ensuring that an adequately funded education system will produce the type of workforce a diversified economy needs. The two go hand in hand. Finally, we want to share with you that CCA is the largest educator union in the nation, or in the state, making up 3/4 of all educators in Nevada. Accordingly, unless you hear the name CCA on any issue related to teachers and education, then that issue is not coming from us, nor representing our organization and the majority of educators in Nevada. Thank you.
Callers with the last 3 digits, 212, please state and spell your name slowly for the record. You may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits, 212, please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin. Okay, moving on. Caller with the last 3 digits, 486. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits, 486. You may begin.
Am I unmuted? I pressed *6.
There you go.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Alexander Marks of the Nevada State Education Association. I'd like to cover a couple of items on the agenda this morning. Charter schools were initially promoted by educators who sought to innovate within the local public school system to better meet the needs of their students. Over the last 22 years, though, charter schools have grown dramatically to include a large number of charters that are privately managed, largely unaccountable, and not transparent as to their operations or performance. Many charter schools have devolved far from the original concept as small incubators of innovation. The explosive growth of charters has been driven deliberately by billionaire-backed efforts to ensure that charters are exempt from the basic safeguards and standards that apply to public schools. This growth has undermined local public schools and communities without producing any overall increase in student learning and growth. It's important to note that the most recent studies have shown that public schools outperform charters when accounting for student demographics, and public schools educate every single student, including English learners, students in poverty, and students with individualized education plans. While charters are prohibited from discriminating, they serve far fewer students in poverty, English language learners, and students with disabilities. Recent discussions at the State Public Charter School Authority about diversifying charter school student populations are a response to the public attention on this injustice. However, use of weighted lotteries or similar mechanisms will not address the structural inequity that is built into the system of charter schools and their relationship to neighborhood public schools. Meanwhile, virtual charter schools are some of the worst performing schools. According to a report from the Gwynn Center, quote, virtual charter schools around the country have faced increased public and legislative scrutiny, largely due to low academic performance, particularly when compared to other schools. In Nevada, the inconsistent and often low performance of virtual charter schools operating in the state has also received attention and scrutiny of some lawmakers. Virtual charter schools underperform brick and mortar charter schools, virtual public schools operated by school districts. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 577. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning, Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. It's CHRISDALY. NSEA has been the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. In our history, there have been few more challenging times than the one we find ourselves in right now. We'd like to thank the Interim Education Committee for your work during this difficult period. We sent to committee members recently adopted NSCA's legislative priorities document. We hope that it can serve a guide for you, as we know you care about public education and the educators working with students across Nevada. We appreciate that several items from our legislative priorities have been discussed and contemplated by this committee, and we would strongly request the support for items regarding assessments on evaluations, the Nevada Education Performance Framework, student learning goals and objectives, and review on assessments. First, I'd just like to address some comments that were made regarding an item on Educator Bill of Rights that we did submit to this committee. We know that for educators, in particular teachers, there's been an issue with the teacher pipeline in terms of recruitment and retention. And we think that pulling all of the rights of educators together within DNRS would make sense and help educate educators and others as to the rights of educators. And please keep in mind that NSCA is supportive of the efforts to move towards a restorative justice system. And we like to see advances in terms of social equity with student discipline and stand firmly against the school to prison pipeline. Further, a top concern of classroom educators has been too many standardized tests, shifting the focus in the classroom away from student learning toward a culture of high stakes testing. We've been actively working to reduce the burden of standardized testing, and we hope that you would move forward with that work. Finally, we previously expressed our concern that existing policy on student assessments, teacher evaluations, and school star rating systems compromise the safe operation of schools during COVID-19. These mechanisms have failed to foster the improvements in either achievement or student engagement they were intended to deliver. And with the continued reliance on these old schemes, students and educators have counter incentives to come to school when sick, to teach the test instead of teaching and reinforcing health and safety, and to maximize numbers of time in classrooms, even when that might be outside of the health guidelines. Suspension of suspension.
Our time
is that time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the committee's work. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 411. Please state and spell your name slowly. You may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Committee. This is Lindsay Anderson, LINDSAYANDERSON, on behalf of the Washoe County School District. Congratulations on making it through an interim full of curveballs and unusual times, particularly as it relates to education. The Washoe County School District would like to offer the following public comment on the proposed work session document as it was posted. We are in support of several items on the list, including A1, A2, B1, and F3, which ask the next legislature to prioritize wraparound services, classroom resources, school supplies, and school safety. Thank you for making these things a priority because they are critical to helping our students succeed. We are not currently in support of C1, which as presented in draft form in the work session document could fundamentally change collective bargaining contracts and create new vague statutory language. Because we did not have a hearing or discussion on this concept, we cannot support it and the drafted language included in the document. Finally, we are concerned about G1 and the proposed language submitted in the work session document that could prohibit the use of smarter balanced assessments in Nevada. While we agree that eliminating less valuable assessments in exchange for more instructional time is a goal we share, without having an alternative to use for providing students, families, and teachers some feedback in order to meet federal requirements is worrisome. Transitioning and creating new assessments takes a tremendous amount of time and energy, and we do not feel prepared to make that change at this time. Thank you for allowing the Washoe County School District to be part of this process, and we look forward to working together next legislative session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Caller with the last three digits, 743. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leonardo Benavides, Leonardo Benavides, with the Clark County School District. After reviewing the recommendations within the work session document, CCSD wants to make sure the committee knows and understands that mental health is a top priority, especially during these unprecedented times. As you know, districts are already stretched so thin, and our school counselor, social worker, and psychology ratios are already much higher than the national average. Any resources put into this area would be greatly appreciated. In addition, we also ask this body to respect the current collective bargaining process in place at each school district throughout the state. While we understand and appreciate the goal for a teacher's Bill of Rights, we are concerned that it may start to dictate and limit the collective bargaining process as we currently know it. We feel this process is currently working with each of our associations and look forward to continuing conversations to better the professional development of all our district employees. Thank you so much for your work during this interim, and have a good day.
Caller with the last three digits, 692. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Caller with the last three digits of 692. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Mary Przinski, MaryPierczynski, and representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents. And first of all, the superintendents would like to thank you for your very hard work during this very difficult interim committee period of time. So you have really worked hard, and we appreciate that. I believe that Ms. Anderson from Washoe County has already noted several things that superintendents are supportive of in this work document. But NAF has not had an opportunity to vote on item C1 as a group, so I'm only expressing concerns voiced by some of the rural superintendents. The Teacher Bill of Rights is a concern. Staff has strong protections already in NRS and collective bargaining mandates. To further extend this moves us further away from being student-based to being more staff-based, even though, of course, superintendents appreciate staff. So we, at this point in the draft form, are concerned about the Teacher Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. With the caller with the last three digits of 789, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Heather Toole, Heather, last name Toole, T as in Tom, Oole. Thank you for allowing me to have a little minute here. I'm actually just a mom calling in about our current situation. I realize after reading your agenda, a lot of what I have to say in my email that I sent as well is not very poignant, but I think I just need everybody on your guys' committee to understand, talking to real people out here dealing with these situations. I have two children, one of which is a straight A student, which is now failing in school. These hybrid situations here in Washoe County, unfortunately, are failing miserably. I am a hairdresser, 25 years. I speak to people daily, and I hear so many things that are wrong. And do I understand a pandemic? Do I understand other things? Yes, I do. But I think it is very important with all the emails that I have written, the people I've tried talking to, I've hit a wall. And I feel like this is something that just needs to be on the comment, that this is a very, very broken situation. And no matter how hard you are going to work today to make different changes for the future of Washoe County and schools, it is going to be a very, 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 very grave mess to clean up. Kids are struggling tremendously, forced to be treated like they are college-age students at home alone with no parents, parents working from home. I take my iPad when there are make changes and things at school to contact my children at home. Again, I kindly appreciate your time. I have other examples and I could go on, but I just felt that it was very, very necessary for me to have this and to be able to tell you what's going on the outside is not what's being told, I think, on the inside. So I just wanted to be a voice of letting people know that there's a lot going on the outside that needs to be addressed. Thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it. And again, apologize that it doesn't totally follow your agenda today, but felt the need that it needed to be said. Thank you kindly.
Madam Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, we will move on to the next agenda items. And so we will be moving to agenda item 3, which is approval of the minutes for the meeting on August 26, 2020. All members have access to the draft minutes, which are posted on the committee's meeting page. I will take a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting held on August 26, 2020. Motion by?
I make a motion to Senator Dennis.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Senator Dennis, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. Thank you so much. Okay, motion by Senator Dennis. Is there a second?
I'll second Assemblywoman Michelle Gorlow.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Gorlow. Is there any discussion? Okay, we now have Ms. Richard to take a roll call vote because it's difficult to hear yay and nay online. Please respond with yes or no. Ms. Richard, we're ready for your roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Okay, so the motion passes. We will move on to our next agenda item 4, which is a report on actually, before I say that, I should mention, we do anticipate that today will be a long meeting. We do have a presentation that's required and one new presentation on a potential item. So after that, we will move into our work session items. But first up, we have a report on the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship eligibility waivers issued pursuant to Senate Bill 2 during the 31st special session. Presenters Dr. Melody Rose, Chancellor, and Crystal Alba, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Services, Nevada System of Higher Education, will be presenting. We will follow it with questions from committee members. So Dr. Rose and Chancellor Alba, we are ready for you when you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm very pleased to be with you this morning. For the record, my name is Melody Rose, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, joined by my colleague, Vice Chancellor Krista Abel, who will help us with follow-up technical questions should the committee wish. I'm very pleased to be with you today. As you all know, I'm very new to Nevada. I am actually just beginning my 4th week on the job this morning, and I've had the great opportunity to meet several of you here in the meeting and look forward to enjoying connection and collaboration with all of you moving forward. And I want to thank you for your service at this incredibly challenging moment on behalf of all 8 of our institutions. Thank you so much. It is my purpose this morning to report to you on SB 2, the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship. As you all know, of course, SB2 provided authority to our Board of Regents to waive or modify requirements due to the COVID epidemic in the spring of 2020. On August 7th, just prior to my arrival, the Board of Regents adopted policy that students losing eligibility in spring 2020 would be eligible for the following term. In other words, not having a strike against them per policy. And I want to share that I'm well aware that NSHE has had a long-standing and very productive collaboration with the Treasurer's Office. We're really grateful for Treasurer Conine's leadership and the participation of his team alongside mine to reconcile the lists that we came up with in terms of continued eligibility, and look forward to a long and productive partnership with him. I'll actually be meeting with him later today, so looking forward to that. The final piece I'd like to report to you regarding this change policy and change in eligibility is that ultimately NSHE issued, after reviewing the lists and reconciling them with the Treasurer's Office, 1,950 waivers statewide at NSHE institutions, or roughly 12% of the Millennium Scholarship recipients. It should be noted, as you see in the materials, that this percentage of waivers is actually down from spring of 2019, where roughly about 20% of waivers were issued. We believe that the change, of course, is related to the satisfactory, unsatisfactory policy, which materially changed condition for students eligible for the scholarship. So with that, Madam Chair, I submit my report to you and call upon my good colleague, Vice Chancellor Alba, should there be any technical follow-up questions from the committee.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair?
Can we ask a question?
I think that Chancellor Alba was going to, or do you want to before
No,
that?
I can wait.
Okay.
For the record, Crystal Alba, Vice Chancellor for Academic and
Chancellor
Student
Alba?
Affairs with NSHE. I am simply here for technical questions.
Oh, just for technical questions. Okay. Well then, Vice Chair Dennis, please ask away. Please start.
Thank you very much. So I'm just wondering, with the things that are going on, have we seen a pattern of kids that aren't taking it? I mean, you gave us some numbers, but one of the things that I had thought about was with the pandemic, some kids are just saying, hey, man, I'm going to take a year off because I don't know what's going on. Are we seeing any of that kind of thing going on?
Vice Chair Dennis and Madam Chair Miller and committee, again, for the record, Melody Rose. It's a great question about what we've seen in terms of enrollment this fall. And as you, I'm sure, have been watching national news, we have seen across the country some dips in enrollment for the very reasons that you suggest, that students are anxious, that the environment of uncertainty has given pause to many prospective students. And I'm pleased to say that here in the state of Nevada and within our 7 institutions that matriculate and offer degree programs to students, we are largely on track with our enrollment. And that is not to say that there weren't perhaps some losses of incoming freshmen who thought, well, gosh, maybe I'll sit this out, come back when things have settled down. I'm very concerned in particular for our underrepresented and first generation students who may have had loss of income or parental loss of income that creates a barrier to them now. But on balance, what I would say, some of our institutions are up in enrollment, some of them are slightly down in enrollment. So I'd say on balance, we're roughly on track, but very much attentive to this issue going forward. And it's a great concern of mine. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And what got me thinking about it is I have a son who just graduated from high school, and he qualified for the Millennium Scholarship and as well as for the even the Promise Scholarship. But he's just decided he doesn't want to take online classes, and so he just decided he's going to take time off. But which is unfortunate, because what got me thinking about this is that if he later decides to come, then he's not going to have that opportunity to have access to those scholarships. And I'm just worried about some of the kids that are taking time off that are going to lose this opportunity as we move forward.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Dennis. Again, Melody Rose for the record. I just want to share with all of you, since you don't know me yet, I actually have 2 kids in college myself, and one is a college freshman. We went at our home, we went through those very calculations with her, because she's not someone who benefits very greatly from online learning. So I very much carry not only a provider's view about this moment in higher education, but also a mom's view of higher education at this moment. And I'm watching these very same considerations in my own family. So very much appreciate the challenges. And I think we are all looking forward to getting back to normal just as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you. And I hope as we move forward that we'll be able to, think about these kids moving forward on how we can get them back to go into college after this is, after there's, they can figure out what's going on. So thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from any other committee members? Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your presentation, for the report. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have a presentation regarding issues concerning school bus inspections. This was a submission that was entered, and we didn't want to, we just needed more information before asking committee members to make a decision on moving forward with this. So we've invited the Nevada Department of Education to come and present regarding issues concerning school bus inspections. So presenting today will be Deputy of Educator Effectiveness, Felicia Gonzalez, Director of the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environments, Christy McGill, and Lieutenant Don Ploman, Deputy Department of Public Safety. We are ready when you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the committee. Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy of Educator Effectiveness and Family Engagement for the Nevada Department of Education. The department worked with district transportation directors, bus driver trainers, and Nevada Highway Patrol at our annual transportation directors meeting to create this topic for your consideration. Result of this potential legislation would be streamlined reporting and informed recommendations to improve school bus safety. Director Christy McGill of the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environment will summarize the concept next.
Good morning. This is Christy McGill with the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning, and thank you for considering this. Like our deputy said, the school bus transportation folk met and try to, how can we actually clean this up and make sure this is as safe and as efficient as possible. And just for a little bit of contextual knowledge, the Nevada Highway Patrol visits the school bus yards more than twice a year to complete school bus investigations or inspections. Inspections are spread out so school buses which aren't due for inspection can run their routes. Nevada Highway Patrol submits to the lead mechanic or transportation director a report of buses that failed an inspection with the justification. In addition to providing inspection reports, it is also required to submit a recommendation report every 6 months that lists all failed inspections for that period with written recommendations to the school district superintendent. The solution that they are proposing is updating NRS to include specific written recommendations will inform decisions related to ensuring the health of the school vehicle fleet. The revised is NRS 386.830. In the first, each school bus must be inspected semi-annually by the Department of Public Safety to ensure that the vehicles are mechanically safe and meet the minimum specifications established by the state board. The Department of Public Safety shall provide written notice of violations to the superintendent of school or the school district of their designee within any such vehicle is operating for the correction of any defects discovered thereby. We wanted to make sure that the designee was in there, and so that the information got to the person that could immediately start the repair instead of going through a long list of command. Also, changes to no changes to A. Number 3, the Department of Public Safety shall provide an annual report to each superintendent of a school district or the head of a charter school as applicable, which shall include the number of school buses inspected that year, the number of violations that were documented that year, any such information that the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division finds pertinent to ensure the health of the fleet, and any actions that will be required of the superintendent, including the anticipated timeline to resolve any required actions to ensure the health of the fleet. And this report is a 20,000 foot summary of all of the detailed accounts instead of just all of the detailed accounts going through. And so it gives the superintendent and the districts kind of an overview as well as all the details that are needed. And really, that's it. It's a very simple cleanup language bill, and that's all we have to present.
Thank you so much. Committee members, are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have some questions.
Yes, please, Assemblywoman Carlton.
Okay, since I'm new to this issue, so currently this data is available, it's just not being provided in a report, or will this mean putting together new data?
This is Christy McGill, Director of the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning. And this is just going to include a summary. The data is available, but it's going to include a summary to help the district leadership understand the health of the overall fleet.
So what actual changes are being made?
This is Christy McGill, Director of the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning. The changes will be that there is a designee in between there, and so that the information goes quickly to the designee for the actual safety report itself, and that the district has 10 days from the issuance of when the inspection, not just the report.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what problem's trying to be solved here, and this hasn't been an issue in the past, so I'm just trying to figure out why we're talking about this.
This is Christy McGill, Director of the Office of Safe and Respectful. And the issue in the past has been that, one, the reports go twice to the superintendent. It's a very long report without the summary. Again, trying to make it easier. And two, that there hasn't been a designee in there. And so again, just putting a designee in there, and so that the Highway Patrol is ensured that someone that understands the nature of the issue can get the actual report quicker from the NHP.
And if I may, Madam Chair, so the timeframes that you're suggesting, is that to get the issues resolved, or is that the timeframe that you want to to make sure that the bus isn't out on the street. I'm just totally confused by what this is really all about. So.
This is Christy McGill again, and it simply clears up the language. Previously, there was confusion that they had 10 days from the report. This is, they have 10 days from the inspection. And so again, it is making sure
to
that
do what, if I could ask, they have 10 days to do what?
To address the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Committee members, do we have other questions?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes, please, Vice Chair.
So I guess what I would on this issue, I don't know if you allow this, maybe if we could get some comments from a couple of the districts on how this would impact them. I think that might clear up some of the questions that were just asked, to see if it makes it easier for them or how this might impact what they currently do.
Was that a question, Chair Dennis?
Yes, so my question was whether we could have some folks from the districts come up and address this issue.
Yes, yes, please. I see that we have Washoe signing in. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can get a better view. If Clark is available and if our rural schools are available, but with Ms. Anderson being present, please respond if you're able to respond to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Dennis. It's my understanding that our Director of Transportation was part of this working group that came up with this recommendation. I can't say we've had a lot of discussion about it internally as a district. He wasn't totally clear on what was being proposed, but it's my understanding he was part of the conversation and ultimately supported the outcome. So that's really all I can offer at this point.
Do we have anyone else representing any of the districts?
Madam Chair, can you, okay. Since representing the rural, I'm not aware of who all was on the committee, but if Washoe is supportive, I'm sure that the other districts will be too, but I will check and get back with you on that.
Do we have anyone from Clark County Schools? Okay. Vice Chair Dennis, do you have any additional questions?
I don't.
Do any other members have any questions?
Madam Chair, just if I may, just for clarification, if I understand correctly, the only changes are we're adding a summary to the.
I mean, obviously.
Okay, I think. Continue, Senator Pickard.
Okay. I suspect Senator Dennis's connection may have cut out there for a second. He didn't realize we weren't aware. In any event, as I understand the change, the only thing we're doing is we're adding a summary to the report and we're asking the districts to provide a designee so that the NHP can be communicating with someone directly, and this isn't just dropping into a black hole. So if I'm wrong, I need some clarification, but that's my understanding of this. And if so, then this is a very simple thing, and I can't imagine that it would impact the districts really at all if they are currently looking at the reports. Now, if they're not looking at the reports and they are falling into a black hole, then maybe this will change something at the district level. But I suspect they take it pretty seriously. They're probably looking at the health of the fleet And so NHP, it sounds like NHP just needs to know who they're talking to. To me, that makes a lot of sense. So if we can get some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
This is Christy McGill for the record. And yes, Senator Pickard, that's exactly what it is.
So Madam Chair, if I could clarify something?
Yes, Assemblywoman.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to figure out where the 10 days fits in and what impact that has if it ends up being more buses are off the street. I'm just trying to figure out what the time frames are for. Whenever I hear time frames, that means that there's a consequence on the other side of the 10 days. So does it take, what actually does that 10 days apply to?
Christy McGill for the record, and the 10 days is from the, if there is any violation, it is from the inspection to when the school district must respond. Either they can take the bus off or they can go ahead and fix it.
And can I ask how the 10 days was determined? Because that's 2 weeks of work, so 5 days each week. So can I understand the 10 days?
Yes, Christy McGill for the record. And the 10 days is already in the law. What we just want to clarify is that there is indeed a designee to make sure that the district has a full 10 days to respond to the violation.
Okay, thank you. That makes it a little clearer. Thank you very much.
I would also just like to add that Dr. Keating from Clark County Schools is trying to log in to make himself available for questions, but of course was having some technical difficulties. Not sure if he's joined us yet. Vice Chair Dennis, did you have further questions?
No, I was just going to say, obviously school bus safety is important. We want to make sure that our kids are safe, and I'm comfortable with what's being proposed here. Thank you.
Okay. I do have some clarifying questions along with Assemblywoman Carlton. And again, it's just about trying to get a full understanding of what's happening here. So are you saying that right now they go in to inspect the buses, but that, which are done twice a year, but that even if we find problems or violations, so currently if we go in and we find a violation or a problem with a bus, that it's not addressed until that report comes out every 6 months? And then that this bill would appoint a designee so that we can get that information immediately to the school district and that they are required to fix it or address the violation within 10 days. Is that what we're trying to accomplish?
Kristen McGill for the record. So right now, the school buses are going in. And again, this is just clarification and cleanup. I'm sure the Highway Patrol talks to the people right then and there to make sure if there's an issue to come up. But we do want to also make sure that there is a formal designee for follow-up and just to make sure that that is as clear as possible. Also that the districts don't need to have the repairs completed, but they do need to take action to make sure that the correction is on its way. And of course, if it's a safety issue, nobody, including the districts, do not want the kids on the bus. And so we're not saying that the communication is not happening now. We just want to make sure to clarify that there is a designee to help with the report, to make sure that there's clear communication going back and forth in a formal manner.
Do we have instances where we feel that the communication hasn't been going back and forth and therefore issues haven't been addressed?
For the record, this is Christy McGill as well. The transportation departments want to make sure that their practice is reflected in the law and that there is an understanding that it's 10 days from the violation and not 10 days from the actual report. And so this is that a case where they are doing good practices currently. They just want to make sure that their practices are adequately reflected in the law and the law is updated to their current practice.
Thank you for that. In terms of the designee, what you're suggesting is just that each district already takes current staff and basically assigns them as designee. Also, does this in any way change who would be doing the repairs on the buses? If school district employees are currently doing the repairs themselves, does this change that? Who does the repairs or just the timing of the reports?
For the record, Christy McGill, no, just the timing. It does not change anything with the repairs or the process itself. It's just the timing and having that designee. Oh, and the designee, excuse me, the designee would be a person from the transportation department.
For each school district?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Keating, are you on now? Do you have anything to add? Okay, not sure if he's on. Do we have any additional questions from any other members?
Madam Chair, this is Brad Keating, by the way. Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Perfect. Hey, I'm having an issue with my my video, so I apologize. I will continue working on that. But anyways, I think it's been talked about enough probably up to this point, but CCSD has no issues in this. We do work closely with NDE and we'll continue to do so. School safety and, is clearly a top priority for us on our transportation side. And we will continue making sure that our buses are as safe as possible for all our students.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, we are able to close out this agenda item. Thank you so much for coming to offer, to answer our questions and offer some clarification on the item. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will begin our next agenda item, which is going directly into our work session documents. So an introduction to the agenda item and consent calendar. Next, we'll begin the work session. Members, you should have the work session documents as it is posted on the committee's meeting page. It's important to note that work session items as listed on the agenda are just a guideline that provide just enough detail to explain the intent to include for possible further actions. The work session document contains a summary of recommendations presented during public hearings, through communication with individual committee members, or through correspondence submitted to the committee members or staff. The members of the committee do not necessarily support or oppose the recommendations in the work session documents. Committee staff has compiled and organized the proposals so that committee members can review them, discuss them, and decide whether or not they want to accept, reject, modify, or take no action on the recommendations. The work section documents groups the proposals by topic, and they are not preferentially ordered. There were over 30 items in the work session document. In order to streamline the process, there are currently 14 recommendations that appear to have general consensus based upon past hearings. These recommendations are listed on the consent calendar, which is on page 9 of the work session document. Rather than consider each of these items individually, when we are ready, I will ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar as a whole. However, any committee member may request that items on the consent calendar be removed for further discussion and clarification or consideration. Members, please take a moment to look through the list. I do know at this time that there has been a request to pull items C9 and C10. So I'm just wondering if I will give you a moment, if there's any other items you would like pulled for further discussion.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Woodhouse.
Yes.
Yes, I have additional items that I would like to pull. And as the chair, I understand, and certainly staff as well, the intent of the consent agenda. But a number of these items that are on the consent agenda do have a fiscal impact. And because of the situation that Nevada is in at the present time regarding our fiscal status and what the budget may look like going into February of 2021, we need to put on the record what, not the exact number, we don't know what the fiscal note would be on these, but I think that we have to get it on the record. And secondly, some of the others, I have some questions, and others may as well, needing additional information, or I think there may be some new information that we don't have yet that we could put on the record. So when you're ready, I would like to identify those. I'm happy to make this into a motion if you prefer.
Senator Woodhouse, we don't need a motion. You can just tell me which items you would like pulled.
Actually, I think when you look at the list, it's probably going to be very close to all of them. And I apologize for that, but I do think that it's important that we look at these, especially for additional information and for fiscal considerations. So it's A1 and 2,
okay.
C 6, 7, 8, and I think you already have 9 and 10, 11, 12, and 13, D1 and 2, E1, and F2 and 3. Thank you.
Okay, so Senator, because I was writing down the ones you want to take out, were there any that you wanted to leave in? I should have written that the other way.
I did not make a note that way. I apologize. I identified the ones that I wanted to pull.
Oh, that may, Ms. Sturm, can you give us a count of which ones remain in the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm. By my count, I believe that removes all the items off the consent calendar.
Okay, so at this point, the way that if all the items have been removed, they will be placed in the agenda under the topic for which they appear. So we will not address like those right now. They are going to fold into where they would appropriately fit as the rest of the agenda is organized per topic. So I think at this point, it might be helpful if we take a 5-minute break just to allow the agenda to be reorganized so that it can we can continue smoothly throughout the agenda. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll let the agenda so we can organize the agenda and come back at 10:10.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Assemblywoman.
Thank you. And Senator Woodhouse had pulled a number of those, but just in the interest of conversation, she and I had had a number of conversations about a number of these items. So I was planning on pulling some of them also. We just thought it would be better if one person did it to make it less confusing. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Okay?
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. It looks like LCB has been able to update the agenda. So if we could have Ms. Sturm, if you could maybe share with us where some of those agenda items will be, or do you want to just, as you're going through the items, tell us what's been replaced per each section? I think that might make more sense as we're going through it to keep everyone all on the same page. It's up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. I think I'll start off with a couple things before we get into the work session, but yeah, I can just go in order and kind of go from there.
Okay, and also, I'm sorry, before you start with the work session, I just want to remind everyone that the intent of the consent calendar is just for, time's sake, but now that things will be pulled out, again, a long meeting, it's very possible we'll go past 5 o'clock because the intent of the work session is to have those robust discussions on items to decide if we want to move forward or if we want to modify something and move forward, or if we want to take no action at all. So that is the purpose of why we're having the work session, to discuss these things. Also, with that being said, that the items on here are a combination of information that's been extracted from presentations, as well as requests that were open up to the public to actually submit suggestions for possible BDRs. We also have, there are some items that are in BDR form, meaning that they're a bill draft request, that it is something that we are considering, should we move forward with requesting to write a bill to pass legislation, or is it simply a letter? And I shouldn't say simply, but is it a letter where is more of a letter asking organizations or maybe districts, maybe identifying different things that we support or things that we would like to see happen. So with that being said, Ms. Sturm.
Chair again, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. As staff of the LCB, I neither support nor oppose any proposal that comes before the legislature. And as Chair Miller stated, the work session document is available on our website under item 6 for today's agenda. So for any committee members or the public that want to access that, that's there. So this document has been prepared to assist the committee in determining which legislative measures it will request for the 2021 session of the Nevada Legislature, as well as other actions the committee may endorse. Members of the committee do not necessarily support or oppose these recommendations that are included in this document, but the proposals have been compiled so that members can review them and decide whether they want to accept, reject, modify, or take no action on the recommendations. As a reminder, the committee is limited to 10 legislative measures, which includes both bill draft requests and requests for the drafting of resolutions. The committee may also vote to send letters of recommendation or support, or to include statements in its final report. So any votes regarding recommendations will be taken today as roll call votes. And again, for clarity, if members could please use the terms yes or no to indicate your vote. Please be advised that LCB staff, at the direction of the chair, may coordinate with interested parties to obtain additional information for drafting purposes or for information to be included in the committee's final report. So at this point, Chair Miller, would you like me to move into our first recommendation?
Yes, please. And again, remember that that some of us will be kind of moving some things around. So if you can, again, direct us which agenda item I know you will direct us which agenda item we're on, but just so that we have a moment to get to it. Yes, thank you, Ms. Sturm. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first item up on the work session is A1. And this recommendation is to send a letter to the Senate Finance Committee and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee of the next regular session supporting appropriations or the reinstatement of funding for wraparound services for children and families once funding is available.
Okay, and so Ms. Sturm, this is just, again, a letter that would be requesting funding if it's available.
Madam Chair.
And just to remind folks that we can modify things as well if there's certain concerns over language. Senator Woodhouse?
Yes, Senator Woodhouse for the record. On A1, the wraparound services, two things. First of all, just wanted to make sure that we identify that this would happen only if funding is available. So the fiscal impact of this would be identified. And secondly, Alex Bybee is the one who brought this recommendation forward, and he is involved at the Communities in Schools program in the state. He just contacted me just a few minutes ago. He had a medical family emergency this morning and was unable to come under public comment to address this item. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. So, I fully support this one. I just am concerned about that we be sure we put it on the record that there is a fiscal impact. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you sharing Mr. Bybee's support for it as well. And so, again, this is a letter. It's not a bill draft request. So the fiscal impact, I don't see it as making additional fiscal impact, but just requesting if the funds are available for it. Is that correct, Ms. Sturm? That this in no way obligates any financial committee. It's just more of a letter of saying what, as a committee, we support without obligating either of the finance committees or requiring any said funding.
Sturm for the record. I would defer maybe to Asher to speak on the obligation piece, but my understanding is that this letter would be sent to prioritize funding for wraparound services if funding is available. Okay. I don't know if Asher or Mr. Killian has any additional thoughts.
Yes, please. We'd love to hear them. And also, is there a way that we can also modify that language to make it specifically say that this is only if, additional funding is available, that it's just a consideration that we would just something we'd like considered?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, my reading of this item as it's written in the work session document is that it wouldn't obligate the money committees in any way whatsoever. It would just be an expression of the Legislative Committee on Education's intent that this type of funding be prioritized if funding is available to be restored. And certainly the committee is free to discuss however they would like this letter to read, whether that's accurate or whether the committee would like to go in a different direction with the contents of the letter. That's a matter for the committee to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So as we go through all of these letters, I think as a committee, we've had an opportunity to look at some of these issues. And as you and I went through these and looked at this, we were just looking at something that perhaps we didn't want to do a bill on because we knew, there might be fiscal impacts on some of these things. So rather, as has already been stated, we just want to make a statement from this committee, and we may not want to do this as a committee, but if it's something that we feel strongly about, we want to be able to at least give something to the Finance and Ways and Means committees during session, so that they know what our desire was as a committee. So like in this case, it would be desire that we think that wraparound services are important, and if there's any possible way we could figure out a way to include those or increase those or whatever that's what this letter is really intended to do as we move forward. So I just wanted to clarify that, because you and I had worked on this stuff, and we were just trying to find ways to say, hey, we support this, but we're not putting a bill forward because we know finances are going to be tough.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any further questions or discussions? Or
yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Assemblywoman.
Thank you. And this will kind of be in conjunction with 1 and 2. So I don't really want to say it twice and take up more time than needs to be. But as a person who receives these letters, I want the committee to be aware that there is a ramification to these letters, that once that committee does receive them, that committee is asked, what are you going to do about it? We do have a budget process. It works very well. And that's when we make the decisions on how to prioritize things. And when you have multiple letters coming to a committee, every single one of them asking to prioritize a certain issue, then you end up with conflicts of priorities. And it can create a lot of confusion, not necessarily for the legislature, but for the public. I do remember specifically, I believe it was our first meeting, talking about where we were as far as finance goes, and then going through the last 2 special sessions of where funding actually is. It's going to be a very tough discussion on funding in the future. So I just want to put on the record that sometimes these letters do have ramifications and do put the committee that receives them in a spot to have to answer, well, why wasn't the letter taken into consideration? So I do understand why you're wanting to send it, but I will also save every single one that I get this interim from every committee that is going to want to prioritize some type of funding, and make sure that I make those available to everyone, because this won't be the only committee that has a wish list. So I just think we need to keep that in mind when we do send these letters. And they are labor intensive. So thank you very much.
Okay, and is there any suggestions you have for modifications? Would there be any language change that that would be more comfortable?
No, Madam Chair, I just think it's very good to have this on the record in the meeting, so that when the phones in my office blow up, why we didn't prioritize resources for students, why we didn't prioritize mental health, why we didn't prioritize social workers, why we didn't prioritize wraparound services, that there is something on the record that addresses the fact that everyone thinks their priority is great, but that's what the budget process is about. And that's why the subcommittees do their work, in order to be able to balance the budget that the governor presents to us. So I'm not going to vote against sending a letter, but I just want to make sure that's on the record that there are ramifications and consequences to these letters.
Okay. And so let me ask this question. We are, Assemblywoman Carlton, you said you would have the same concerns and comments for A2, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
And
any other comment?
When we get to, I'm sorry, when we get to A2, I have a question as well.
Okay. So why don't we just move to A2 and hear those questions and discussions right now? Senator Dondero-Luke.
Thank you. I guess one of my questions is when I need some clarification about dedicated funding to classroom resources, and what are those resources, and is that not part of, is B1, the reimbursement of teacher supplies assistance account, is that totally different? And I guess I just need some clarification on A2. I wasn't clear what resources are. And I too, as I looked through this agenda, struggled with the amount of letters that we had, mostly because they're labor intensive, and I know that that involves staff, but also Assemblywoman Carlton's remarks are very well taken, that all these letters come with a wish list and an expectation from the groups or the committees that send them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so with that one about the school supplies, it's our understanding that going forward with the new funding formula that there wouldn't no longer be designated funds for actual classroom supplies. So, and maybe I should have Mr. Killian explain this better, but it would be, the request has been to still have something separate designated for classroom supplies. And if and when, I want to make sure I'm still on the right one. If and when you're talking about the classroom resources, it's also to ensure, to include later, there's a letter about things like technology and stuff. So it's to ensure that there would be the classroom supplies provided. Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. And yes, in response to your question, SB 543 did repeal, among other things, NRS 387, 1251 through 1257, which are the provisions for the teacher school supplies reimbursement account. And that was part of the overarching scheme in SB 543, which reorganized all of the different school funding sources and accounts into the state education fund, and provided for all money from that fund to be distributed in a certain way and then used by districts as they see fit. So under existing law, the status quo without any changes would be that as of, I believe it's July 1st, 2021, the teacher school supplies reimbursement account would be repealed.
So thank you very much for that clarification. So just so that I have this straight, so B1 is the same as A2? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Senator Dondarello. My understanding of A2 versus B1, B1 was specific to the teacher school supplies reimbursement account, and changes that may be desired for it while it continues in existence, or if legislative action is taken to continue it in existence after July 1st, 2021. My understanding of A2 was that it was a broader request for resources that may be useful in the classroom beyond school supplies reimbursement. I don't have a particularly firm memory of what was brought up by the rural school district superintendents during their presentation on that item, but my recollection was that it was a broader suite of resources available in the classroom beyond just the teacher school supplies reimbursement.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Woodhouse.
Yes, on A2, I just wanted to say, in addition to what you have printed there, I was surprised that it didn't say, as A1 did, once funding is available. So if we process that one, I would hope that we would add that language. Thank you.
Most certainly, Senator. Okay, any further questions or discussion?
I have a question, if I may.
Yes, Senator Pickard.
Yes, thank you. I guess the way I thought these letters were coming together was an expression of the committee, since under the new funding formula, we've kind of blurred the lines. We're essentially saying, okay, districts, here's your block grant of money. And then this was to come back behind that and say, here are what we as the education committee think should be the priorities, because we revolved, and say what you will about the Nevada plan, it's evolved over time to identify the priorities, and we set those priorities. Well, we've just removed those priorities from the table, at least visibly from the table. Not that they're not priorities, it's just we are, by this new funding formula, we've removed that as a mandate, particularly with respect to the categorical expenses. So if we're not now coming in as a committee and providing that kind of priority guidance, do we not then just essentially turn it over to the districts to decide on their own how they're going to spend the money? If we're not putting these priorities back in place through these letters, what mechanism do we have as the Interim Education Committee to help guide that discussion process? I'm not in the Money Committee, and so that's a question maybe to Senator Woodhouse and Assemblywoman Carlton. But if we don't provide that kind of guidance, what does? Is it strictly how the committee decides things as they consider the entire budget, or how does that work if we aren't heard?
Actually, I think I will have Senator Woodhouse and Assemblywoman Carlton. You may respond if you choose. If not, we can also have that answered by legal. But I want to give you the opportunity if you choose. You're most certainly not obligated.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the opportunity. That's what the budget process is all about. I don't believe you would find many legislators who would not want to put more money into education. I think that is a widely held feeling from our legislature. We understand where we are, especially after the last two special sessions. We know where we're waiting to see where we are come February 1st of 2021 and we'll receive the governor's budget mid-January of 2021, and we'll work from it from there. I understand the committee wanting to express its wishes on these things, different levels of support, but we also have to weigh the budget. There is a budget process. So I'm not sure how else we could respond to that. I believe we send the money to the districts, and then if the concern is how the district spent it, that has nothing to do with these letters. These letters are directed to the two money committees of the legislature, not to the school district. We do not have any control over how the school district does certain things. So with that, I don't want the impression is that I don't support doing it. I just think that these are important issues, and that this conversation was very important. And that's why a number of us felt that these should be off the consent calendar so that we could have this conversation. So I appreciate the conversation.
Madam Chair, I would like to add to Assemblywoman Carlton's comments, and I totally endorse what she just said. In addition, the new funding formula is the pupil-centered funding formula, and it was designed that way so that the funding available for education K-12 would follow the student. So it is imperative that school districts follow that. And we also have, I think it's AB 469 from the 2015 session, which set up the situation in Clark County School District with the reorganization. So, all the legislature can do is look at what funds are available and put them there. And I do believe too that Senator Dennis wanted to add something to this.
Madam Chair, is it okay if I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah. So on the funding formula, I think what Senator Pickard said was that we basically, we have a more efficient way with the new funding formula to get money to them. And in the future, as we move forward, if there are things that we think that aren't being done as a legislature, these are some mechanisms that we have to say, hey, we think that you need to look at this. In the case of these two particular letters, as Assemblywoman already mentioned, these are specifically letters to the finance committee. So that's a little different. But as we move forward with the with a new funding formula, there are going to be things that we as the legislature want to do. And there isn't anything also in addition to the funding formula. We could still fund some things outside of that if we choose to do that. The funding formula fixed a lot of the issues that we had of all of that all over the place in one place. So anyways, just wanted to mention that there, you know, we still, at the end of the day, the legislature still has to make the decision on how the funds are going to be allocated. And if there are things that we think aren't being done in a certain way, we could give suggestions on how we think it should be done.
So I have a question going off of what was already said and Senator, between Vice Chair Dennis and Senator Pickard, and listening to Senator Woodhouse and Assemblywoman Carlton, would this, because we are allowed to modify, would this be better positioned as we're talking about the intent of the committee in our support for these items, as well as the district's ability through the new funding formula to make those decisions? Do you feel that it would be better positioned that these letters of support go to the districts as opposed to saying that we would like to ensure that, you know, the resources of funding is dedicated to the classrooms? Do you feel it's more appropriate to go to the districts rather than the finance and ways and means committees? Because as it's being said that the districts will receive the money and have the opportunity to spend it the way that they want, is this something that we would prefer, or that would be more appropriate to go to the districts rather than the finance or ways and means committee?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure how appropriate it would be for a legislative interim committee to send a letter directly to a district on something like this. I'm not familiar with that being done before, so I would want to be especially careful. As I stated earlier, I'm not opposed to these letters. I believe every committee has a right to make their position known to other committees. I just wanted to make sure that the conversation and the ramifications were put on the record, and that's why we asked for them to be taken from the consent calendar. So I'm not sure sending a letter to the districts would be appropriate at this time. Not sure if we've ever done something like that before in this particular case.
Sure. Who is this?
Is Senator Dondero Loop. I agree with Senator Carlton, and also I noticed in the agenda it said based upon a recommendation by certain rural school district representatives or superintendents. So with that being said, would we be sending this letter to just certain school district superintendents, or would they all get it? I mean, certain says to me that not all rural school superintendents said this, and certainly not the bigger school superintendents. So I think that's a slip up there.
Okay, a point taken. We also have the ability, if not to send it as a letter to the actual committees, we could actually just do it as a statement of support. So committee members, you have the ability to, if we'd rather just do it as a statement of support, that these are issues that we support, or we can have it remain as a letter to the committees. Any discussion on that? So it wouldn't necessarily go directly to any committee. It would just be a letter of support that these are just items that we support.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis. So what would that look like as far as a statement of support? Who would get that statement? And are you talking about putting several of these all on one statement of support?
Well, that would be an option as well. Ms. Sturm, can you describe how that letter of support would work, the statement of support? I believe it goes into the final report for the committee, but Ms. Sturm?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if it's the committee's preference to have a statement of support, we can add that to the final committee bulletin. And that would be, in addition or in lieu of the sending letters to committees.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Assemblywoman.
Thank you. And I believe that's a very good spot for this committee to be, to have its final report be a statement of where it is and where it's working. Sending multiple letters over and prioritizing different things puts folks in kind of an awkward position. But having the committee say, as all the work that has been done and the work that the chair and the vice chair have done, that as we wrap up our work for this interim, these are the things that we support. And then that phrase or paragraph can be pulled out of that report to be used in support of future conversations about where we are fiscally and where the priorities of our dollars should be, but it doesn't actually send a letter. So I believe having that in our final report encapsulates everything that we feel moving forward strongly about, is all in one place and is very clear to all members of the legislature and the executive branch also, because we do share these reports. So I think that is an excellent way to move forward.
Okay, thank you. And again, this is why we have agenda items, and I appreciate Senator Woodhouse pulling it out for these robust discussions, because this is how we get to, again, the intent of where we are as a committee, but yet in the most appropriate form. And sometimes it's a letter, sometimes it's a bill draft request, sometimes it's no action, or in this case, sometimes it's a statement of where our position is as a committee. And so thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton, for that. With that being said, we will, and I know we've, blended two items, but we will need to vote separately on each item. And I think that this is a good consideration, especially for sending letters to finance or ways and means, that this will be an option that I will leave open as we go through each individual letter. If we, because again, we have the opportunity to modify. So if we believe that it should be a letter or a statement. So with that, if I see, is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, with that, I will take a motion, and this motion would include to adjust it, to modify it from a letter to the committees, but instead a statement of support.
Madam Chair, this is Assemblywoman Jill Tolles. So if I understand correctly, it would be a motion to approve A1 with an amendment, so an amend and do pass, I suppose, if we use that, or amend and do approve, that it would be to include a statement supporting appropriations or the reinstatement of funding for wraparound services for children and families once funding is available in the committee's final report. That's what that's the motion. So it's a motion to amend and approve a statement.
We can have legal weigh in on this point. One thing I know is I don't think we're doing do pass because we're not necessarily passing it off to a committee. Okay. So, but amending and modifying we can do. but I will have Mr. Killian actually respond to how we do that, because I don't believe that we're actually having to have the exact perfect language today either, but just the intent and content of that letter, or I'm sorry, statement. But we do have to address the modification because it's listed right now as a letter. Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. And yes, that's largely accurate. At this stage, the work session for the interim committee, you would be taking motions to either approve, amend and approve, or take no action. And in this case, it would be a motion to amend A1 to amend and approve A1 to be including a statement in the committee's final bulletin supporting appropriations for the reinstatement of funding once funding is available. And the wording doesn't necessarily have to be perfect at this point, especially for the letters and statements. We're just looking to have a good statement of what the committee's intent is, and then your staff will work in the remainder of the interim to actually craft the letters and the statements in the bulletin to match the committee's intent.
And are those with the letters, will committee members still have the opportunity to view and adjust that if it's a statement? Is that part of the process?
I think that might be a better, Asher Killian, Committee Council. I think that might be a better question for Ms. Sturm or Ms. Richard. That's a process that happens more in research, and I don't personally know how that process typically works.
Ms. Sturm or Ms. Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So generally what happens is following the committee meeting today, Jen or I will begin drafting the letters for the chair's approval. And then once that process is complete, then we'll send that out to everyone to take a look at. In the time where it's just a statement in the committee's final report, that'll just be drafted in the final report, but it's not going to be, like a full page letter. So it'll just be a small paragraph similar to what you see here. So there's not going to be a lot included necessarily in the bulletin, but this will all appear in the committee's final bulletin.
Okay, thank you. Assemblywoman Tolles, did that answer what you were looking for?
Yes, thank you. So I would make the motion to amend and approve A1 to reflect that it would include a statement in support of reinstating funding for wraparound services for children and families once funding is available.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Assemblywoman Tolles and a second by Vice Chair Dennis. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richard, would you take the roll call vote, please? And again, we ask that everyone respond with yes or no.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Dennis?
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop?
Yes.
Senator Pickard?
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles?
Yes.
Chair Miller?
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Since we have had discussion on A2, I would like to open up for a motion for A2.
Madam
Chair
Chair.
Miller, please.
Assemblywoman Tolles?
I will defer to the senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can't see everyone right now. Senator Woodhouse?
Yeah. Yes, I would move the approval of A2 classroom resources to amend to include the language of once funding is available, and that it be included as a statement in our final bulletin.
Thank you. We have a motion by Senator Woodhouse. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Assemblywoman Carlton. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Richard, would you take the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondera Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that motion, any further discussion, but that motion does pass. Thank you. Ms. Sturm, can you direct us where our next item is? Which one is our next item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. As stated earlier, item A3 on mental health resources has been removed. So I'm going on to item B1, the Teacher School Supplies Assistance Account. This recommendation includes to send a letter to the Senate Finance and Ways and Means Committees of the 81st legislative session and to Nevada's Department of Education, requesting funding for the Teacher School Supplies Assistance Account be prioritized once funding is available. It further includes technology for staff and students to be included in the definition of supplies. And furthermore, the recommendation states that the letter would state that if the program is carved out of the new pupil-centered funding formula, the committees should consider modifying the disbursement process to require districts and charter schools to provide funding to teachers upfront rather than as a reimbursement.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee before taking a motion?
Chair, Madam Chair.
Senator Dondera Loop.
Yes, I would just like to comment. Of course, this was my bill from 2019, and so I am very anxious for this funding to be sent back to our teachers. But I would note that there was some discussion, and I would have to go back and have it again to refresh my memory, but there was some discussion about paying teachers up front and putting this in a paycheck. Could the ramification could be that they would have to pay taxes on this at the end of the year. And so there was some discussion and lots of discussion about how we would do this. And at the end of the day, we came up that it had to be a reimbursement. So I'm not sure that paying the teachers up front is a viable solution, I guess I would say.
And I think if I recall, this was from some examples from what Washoe County Schools, I believe, was doing, which was, it was either a gift card, I think it was a gift card. I don't know necessarily it was in their paycheck, but where they were just providing it up front that the teachers would come in and sign something or and they would just get it up front, but I don't remember.
Actually, Washoe County was one of the counties that had not taken total advantage of this. They didn't have huge participation in this. They've done much better this year, but in the past, that wasn't the case. Some of the smaller counties had done things differently, but because of the size of Clark County and Washoe County, that was also some discussion. When you have less people, of course, doing things becomes much easier. We talked even about, we discussed with the state treasurer, Mr. Conine, we even discussed developing a portal where teachers could go in on an app and order what they needed. So there's been lots of discussion, and I'm sure moving forward, there may be more, but I do know that there was some discussion about how it was dispersed to teachers and how it would affect their paycheck.
Thank you for that. And I understand too that this actual process with the new funding formula going forward could not be available anyways. So
I have not been told that, and I do not, this funding was pulled specifically as the way I understood it, as a way to fill our holes as we went into this pandemic. It wasn't pulled because of any other reason. And the thought was, is as we get our feet back on the ground, this will go back to the teachers. It was just resources that could be used at this point.
Right. Mr. Killian, can you respond to that just so we're all certain? Going forward with the new funding formula, will there still be a carve out for school supplies in the classroom reimbursement, or is that also under the direction of how the school districts use their budget?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. So there are kind of two separate issues at play here. The first is for the second year of the current biennium, during the special session, the funding for the Teacher School Supplies Assistance account was part of the funding that was swept to make up the budget shortfall. So for the remaining 2021 year of the biennium, I should say 2020 to 2021, because 2021 is not as easily comprehensible. That money is not available for that year. But in SB 543, as part of the consolidation of all funding sources into the State Education Fund, the relevant statutes that created the Teacher School Supplies Assistance account were repealed. That money is all now simply part of the State Education Fund that gets distributed through the pupil-centered funding plan to the districts. Reimbursement of teachers for school supplies would be a permissible use by the districts of that funding they receive through the pupil-centered funding plan, but there would no longer be kind of this categorical carve-out that guarantees funding is made available for that purpose, unless the 2021 legislature were to take some action to create that carve out, undo the repeal of the relevant statutes or something like that. But under the status quo, for the final year of the current biennium, the funding was swept for the shortfall, and starting on July 1st, 2021 into future bienniums, the relevant statutes are repealed and all of this funding is simply folded into the pupil-centered funding plan, and districts can use it as they see fit, including for teacher school supplies reimbursement if they wish.
And also, if there was a change, that's not something that would even be able to be requested through the education committee. That would be, any of those questions would have to be addressed to the commission, as I understand it.
Asher Killian, Committee Council. So Madam Chair, the legislature retains the full sovereignty to make any changes to statute that it sees fit. SB 543 did create a process through the Commission on School Funding for those kinds of changes to be considered through a more formal process, but the legislature isn't required to go through that process to change the law. If it wishes to make a change that the Commission either hasn't considered or declined to consider, the legislature would still be free to do so.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is it Assemblywoman Carlton?
Thank you. And we know how important this is to the teachers. It's been discussed probably as long as I've been in that building and in Carson City. And I do appreciate the fact that we are going to add technology, especially now as teachers and parents face distance learning, and we don't know what the future of that is going to be. I don't believe there would be a problem with this being a statement of support also within our report, knowing full well that nothing this committee does can prohibit a legislator from bringing a BDR next session to address this issue as we move forward. We know this has been very, very important to teachers. We've all heard the stories of what's going on. And now that teachers aren't even in their classrooms, to be able to use the things that they've purchased over many, many years in their classroom and are trying to do this work from outside their classroom if they choose to, I believe that the committee should make a statement of support in our report that this is something that we do think is important and go from there. So that's where I would be comfortable moving forward with that, knowing full well. And I probably name 5 legislators right now that are going to put the bill draft in. So I hope you all coordinate so you don't all waste a bill draft and go from there.
Thank you for that, Assemblywoman Carlton. Any further discussion? Okay, so again, I would like if we could have a motion. The motion would be to amend and approve. So do we have a motion for A2? Or I'm sorry, B1?
So Madam Chair, could I just clarify, is the amend it to become a statement of support and to remove the portion about providing the funding to the teachers up front? So will we be striking that language out due to the concerns that were raised by the Senator Dendera-Loop?
Yes, Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second, Assemblywoman Tolles.
Okay, so we have a motion by Senator Dendera-Loop and a second by Assemblywoman Tolles. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richard, if you take the roll call vote.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero-Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. And the motion passes. Ms. Sturm?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we are at item C1, and this item would propose legislation to establish an educator bill of rights modeled after the Louisiana Teacher Bill of Rights. And you'll see in the work session document, attachment A submitted by the Nevada State Education Association has been provided that shows what the Louisiana Teachers Bill of Rights is. And that attachment, it's attachment A, starts on page 12.
Okay, thank you. I would, before asking committee members for questions or comments, I would just like to clarify some of the intent on this. You know, I appreciate the comments that were already brought forward from the school districts and Mr. Abasser. I'm not sure, I didn't recall who he was representing or if he was representing himself, but nonetheless, those comments were well heard. And so first is because we know there's a concern with just implementing Bill of Rights when there's already certain protections in place. The actual title of this would be the teacher professional supports. And by no means is it saying to model or duplicate what Louisiana is doing or any other state. Louisiana was just mentioned more because it's just an example that this is something that other states actually do. So just to have that present to demonstrate, but it doesn't at all mean that that's what's going to be copied or duplicated. On the other hand, of course, the concern to how does this impact collective bargaining? Again, that would not at all be something that any of us would be comfortable with doing anything that impacts collective bargaining at the local levels for the school district. And also in discussion with legal, when we're in, and I'm going to ask legal to explain this as well, but often when we do something like this, it actually gives us the ability to actually pull together existing protections that are already in statute and put them into one consolidated place so that individuals don't have to research multiple different statutes. They can find everything in one place. And so that's really the intention behind it. Mr. Killian, can you explain that further? I'm not sure if I explained that very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So it's my understanding for this request, the idea is that similar to what they did in Louisiana, although not duplicating Louisiana statutes, we would gather all of the relevant rights or protections that teachers have in Nevada and basically condense them into one section of NRS. So it would not be a change to the substantive law, but it would be creating a section that lists all of the relevant provisions of NRS in one place and then provides for that list to be given to teachers and administrators as a summary of their existing rights and protections under Nevada law. And that's similar to what we've done in other places where we've created, for lack of a better term, bills of rights, where we simply consolidate the provisions of various sections of statute into one place for ease of reading, and then provide that it be given to the relevant personnel or clients or patients or whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
Chair.
So committee members, do we have any questions or comments?
Chair Miller.
Senator
Don Darrell Loop here.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess that probably one of the confusing pieces, while I understand and appreciate everything Mr. Asher said, is the actual piece on our agenda does say modeled after. So I think modeled after gives people the perspective that that's what we're doing. Also, I would be very concerned about Assembly Bill 168, I believe it was, that and this allowing of physical punishment would make us go backwards. So I think there needs to be some different studying there or some different information there. So those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you, because that's most certainly not something any of us would support or condone. So,
Madam Chair.
Is
Senator Pickard?
Senator Pickard, yes, please.
Yeah, and Senator Don Darrell Loop just mentioned one of my concerns about the use of punishment, but I'll say more broadly, I agree also with her statement that by saying that this is modeled after the Louisiana Bill of Rights, if we're going to remain true to that statement, then we need to look at what they've done. And I went through the proposed language and or what I thought was proposed language, because it says proposed BDR. The language does, our statutory scheme does not marry up well with the Louisiana statutory scheme. And so this would take some pretty significant changes to existing Nevada law. And so this is worthy of a much broader, much larger question, because some of the changes I think would be disruptive to many of the things that your committee and the Senate committee last session tried to accomplish. So I just cannot support this measure. If we want to talk about consolidating law into one place, I'm completely supportive of that. In fact, in 2015, I led the charge to bring Nevada's custody laws into 125C. And it was remarkably helpful to do that, because not only could we then rectify some of the conflicts that arise when you've got statutory provisions in different sections, and as those evolve over time, they create conflicts. We resolved many of those conflicts, all of the major ones. So I could certainly support that effort, but to model anything off of the Louisiana approach, I think would be terribly disruptive and worthy of some significant discussion that we don't have an opportunity to do.
And
so,
Senator, I began with saying we were not modeling it after
right.
that. And Senator Don Darrell Loop also brought up that the concern was with the language, that because it said modeled. And again, you know, at the beginning, I addressed too that the language in the work session document is a guide, which is to give us intent. But that's the purpose of today's meeting, is to work through these things and make sure that and clarify issues. So it's not intended to be modeled after. It's just an example, because often we all hear in all of our committees, the question always comes up, well, who else is doing this? what other states doing this? So it was, I believe the intent was it was submitted as here's an example of a state that's doing it. That being said, I think that, again, based on public comment and based on the discussion so far, that the intent is not to model it after any other state, but to, as Mr. Killian said, and as you also just said, to pull all the existing laws into one place. And that could be something, if we move forward on this item, that we could amend, make sure that it's not modeled after any state, but it's just the portion of pulling all of our statutes into one spot.
Certainly, and to the extent that that's a major rewrite of the work session document, I'm completely okay with that. I just wanted to make sure it was on the record. What if we follow the language in the document itself, then I just wanted to make sure we are clear of the kind of scope that would entail. So I'm supportive of the idea of consolidation to the extent that it doesn't disrupt current process and procedure, but beyond that, I can't support it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Woodhouse.
Yes, Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based upon the discussion this morning and reading the Louisiana Bill of Rights, and I understand exactly what you just said a number of times, that this is not the intent. So may I suggest that today we not take any action on this item? And I think between now and February, a couple of legislators working with our staff could come up with a BDR that would address this, but would take into consideration the issues that we've raised regarding the collective bargaining agreements, as well as building respect for educators, especially teachers. But I think this takes a whole lot more work than we have at our fingertips today, and I don't want to put this on staff to try to put this together. I think it should be some legislators working together with staff to try to come up with a BDR that fits what we're talking about today. So I
second that motion.
So, so Senator, I hear you saying, are you anticipating that there would be additional items that, because as Mr. Killian explained, this would just be pulling together, consolidating what's already in statute? Are you anticipating that there may be additional items that would be added?
I have to get off of mute, sorry. There could be. That's why I'm saying I think that we need to have a couple of legislators, maybe from this committee, would be very good because they've heard the discussion today. Because I don't think that in our hearings we had a lot of discussion on this item. So I just think it needs more time, more work, more research, and really get an understanding of what we want to do. Definitely what Mr. Killian said could be done, but there may be some other things we want to add, but it could come from legislators instead of this committee.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion and happy to participate in that discussion.
Actually, we don't need a motion for that. And Senator Woodhouse was just expressing her thoughts. Any other comments or thoughts on this item?
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Tolles here.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate all the comments and discussion, and I'm in agreement with my colleagues, and I'm in agreement with Senator Woodhouse. As I'm listening to this discussion, I absolutely see the value in wanting to see a consolidated list of what are the protections that are in place in statute for educators. And I also, as a parent, am actually thinking I would love to see a consolidated list of protections for students. I'd love to see a consolidated list of protections for the rights of parents, for principals, for staff. And so to Senator Woodhouse's point, that would be worthy of a presentation for, members who are interested to understand what are all those and how do we find a better way to consolidate that so that it's more clearly communicated to all interested parties when they want to look in our Nevada revised statutes, what is there, and if there's areas where we need more clarification. So I really appreciate this whole discussion. I'd like to expand it to include additional parties. And I do agree that it's outside of the scope of what I think we could tackle in one work session bullet point. So I would also agree with the sentiment of pulling that off of this work session document and continuing to pursue that as members of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if all of the different items could be one BDR, but LCB will work with legislators later on that. With that being said, thank you, committee, for your recommendations. And Ms. Sturm, if we could move to the next item.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you. Because, and just a technical question, but because it was listed on the work session document, earlier you did make a note that A3 was actually pulled.
Yes.
We need to put that as part of the record also to make sure that people understand that this particular item, C1, has been pulled so that it's clear on the document.
Thank you for that, Assemblywoman Toles. Ms. Sturm, I'm sure that you heard that and that you'll.
That was Assemblywoman Carlton, just for clarification, not me.
Oh, Assemblywoman Carlton. Apparently I misspoke and called you by the wrong name. So thank you for that, Assemblywoman Carlton. Ms. Sturm, I'm sure that you heard Assemblywoman Carlton's request just to make sure that we're being specific in the record, making sure we're covering these technicalities.
Yes, Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst, that has been noted, that C1 has been pulled from the work session today.
And A3 as well. Okay.
That is correct.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes.
I believe if we want it to be clarified, I mean, wouldn't we want all the discussion that we just had to be on the record and we just didn't take any action so that it would reflect that we just didn't do any action, not that we pulled it? Because if we pull it, then none of the discussion that we just had gets put on the record.
Is that true, Ms. Sturm? Because I believe Assemblywoman Carlton's question was about not eliminating. Assemblywoman Carlton, am I correct? You don't want to eliminate the discussion. You just wanted it to be noted that after the discussion that C3 was pulled. Was that your intention?
Yes, Madam Chair, because the minutes will reflect the discussion in the final discussion piece on item C1 would be that the committee decided to pull the item from the work session document.
Is that, are we all under the correct assumption, Ms. Sturm, that the discussion will still be included in the minutes, but that then it will reflect that with the verbiage that the item, that there was no further action taken on the item?
Yes, Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, for the record. So in this case, we'd simply have on the record, we'd reflect that after discussion, no motion was made and no action was taken on item C1.
Thank you. Ms. Sturm, can we move to the next agenda item, please?
Yes, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. So now we are on item C2, which is to propose legislation to direct the Department of Ed to establish a teacher hotline program where teachers can receive timely support for immediate issues and concerns from experienced teachers.
Okay. This item as well, again, this came from a recommendation that legislation had been enacted to create the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. And after their multiple meetings, this was one of their requests. Again, I think we need some modification here because I know the term hotline. When I think hotline, I think of I can call anytime, 2, 3 in the morning, and someone's going to be on that other line to respond to me. So I think it's kind of a programmatic issue, because that's not what is very, what I would feel would be feasible, unless we're going to actually, which I know we're not going to create an entire new department fully staffed with staff and technology to be there 24/7 to respond to calls. So I think that if we do move forward to create a BDR for this, I think that it's kind of addressing the program issues themselves, which would be more of providing an opportunity for educators to, I think what would be more feasible is something like an online response where I could submit a request to have someone, or you could submit a request to have someone call you back, where volunteers of teacher leaders throughout the state would volunteer to review the request, and someone might pick it up and say, okay, I will call this individual back and respond to their concern or their question. And especially this is for, obviously we have state issues as well as local issues. But I know that is one thing. Again, the term hotline, that's the terminology that the advisory task force used. But I know that the term hotline may be a little misleading than what we could actually do. With that, I would like to, if there's anyone else that has any discussion or comments on this item.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Woodhouse.
Okay, Senator. We all can't see each other right now, so I think I keep trying to put us on gallery view, but I think we're kind of, jumping on each other. Senator Woodhouse.
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair and committee members, the way this one is written, yes, the hotline does indicate the immediate happening. And this one, and it's a concern of mine that it will be a fiscal impact. If you do continue with the concept of a hotline, I can guarantee you that it does have a fiscal impact, and it also will impact staff time of the NDE. I think that needs to be addressed. I also think the online response line may do as well. So those are, this one is going to have to be completely rewritten to do what you want to do. But I also would ask, Madam Chair, a request that if we could see if Superintendent Ebert or someone from her office is on the line, so that we could ask her about how feasible it would be to put together an online program and how it could be staffed in order to address this. And I know this came from the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force, but my understanding it was to deal with, to assist with best practices, instructional issues, things like that. Not so much of an immediate date. I need an answer tonight on my problem. So could we see if Superintendent Ebert or staff members are available to provide some additional information?
Yes, and Senator, I'm with you. That was my understanding too, that it was about best practices and suggestions and things like that for the classroom. Do we have Superintendent Ebert on the line?
Good morning. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I am here with Deputy Gonzalez as well. So thank all of you for taking the time and listening to the recommendations. I think you just affirmed that the committee's recommendation was to provide instructional support for educators, expanding beyond what we have here. I think what we have found during the pandemic as well, with a huge shift, is how we structure the current resources that we have and how we build out toward the future. So having a layered approach, starting, closest with the school district, moving up through, we also have our RPDP programs, as well as the state level culminating, and I will just use our digital engineers that were spun up during the pandemic, but creating a system statewide of support is what the committee was looking at. And I also turn to Deputy Gonzalez to add a few more details.
Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent for the Nevada Department of Education.
Excuse me, Deputy Gonzalez. We're having, we had earlier, but we're having, again, a hard time hearing you. I know that sometimes in the building, the technology, but I'm not sure what it is, but we're having a very difficult time hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I am speaking a little bit louder. Felicia Gonzalez, for the record. I just want to say thank you to Senator Woodhouse for pointing out that this would come with a fiscal appropriation to increase staff at not only the Nevada Department of Education, but to develop a teacher hotline. I do realize that the word hotline may be a little bit misleading, but it is something that would be meant to support, to provide academic supports for educators in the state of Nevada. I also have Kat Collins from our Ed Life department on the line. And if you'd like to hear a little bit more about the intent from the task force, I would invite her to also speak.
Yes, please. I think that Ms. Collins would be the best person since she works so closely with the recruitment and retention task force. Ms. Collins?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Yes, the intent of the task force is to have a way for teachers to get help on instructional practice, classroom management, things of that nature. So I think the shift to an online type of platform would serve the purpose just as well as a hotline.
Okay. So I guess the larger question that Senator Woodhouse was getting at, and thank you for clarifying that clarification, but the larger question is the feasibility within the Department of Ed. We know that as a policy committee, we can certainly submit a bill, but of course, even after passing policy, it would still have to go through the process of making sure that it's funded. So with that being said, I think the real question is for us to get an idea on what do you anticipate, can you anticipate what that fiscal impact may be, even for something as a website, or not a separate website, even if it was something within NDE's website that was able to be included.
Thank you, Chair Miller. This is Kathleen Collins again for the record. I would say yes, there would be a fiscal impact. I don't know the amount that it would be. We'd need to work with our fiscal office to figure out what that fiscal impact might be. We do have some things that have already been started as we have we're developing a database of our educators that have been recommended or nominated or have won the Teacher of the Year Award. We have a database on educators that are recommended to be part of the talent pool, the statewide talent pool. So we have some educators possibly that we could ask to be part of this. So I think the resources on that end, we probably have some headway on. But as far as the fiscal piece, we would need to work with our fiscal office to see exactly what that impact would be, what it would require for staffing, what our capacity is at this particular moment in time to do that work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. And yes, thank you. And I appreciate that last comment because I have a teacher in my district who has been very actively engaged in these efforts and very, very successful in putting together these types of collaborative resources to open source share best practices and ideas and suggestions across our district and then the state as well. And so I am very much in favor of this initiative. I will say though that I too, and I'm glad we're moving away from the language of hotline, but still I have some questions about just the regionalization of this, versus statewide, and then the staffing and the funding pieces, the fiscal pieces of it. So I wanted to just recommend that this would be another item that perhaps we can spend more time as individual legislators working with the proposals from the committee to narrow down more specifically what exactly it is that we would like to propose and take it off of the item for this committee's vote of consideration, yes or no. Dedicate some time to work more on framing what exactly that is, the language is that we're looking like, and then, build as much support as possible. And I'd be more than happy to be a part of that discussion. But I think that there's still some more clarification that needs to happen before I would feel comfortable just with a vote yes on exactly what it is that we're supporting today.
Okay, and thank you for that. I know that, again, even with the localized issues, I think the localized issues come into play when they're specific, maybe policy things pertaining to a district. But when it comes to overall instructional practice, good practice is good practice, regardless of if your classroom's in Humboldt or in Mesquite, or Las Vegas or Reno, just those good instructional practices. And again, yes, there does need to be some more work on this. Do we have any further discussion? Any further questions?
Madam Chair?
Is that Assemblywoman Carlton?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I think this would be a perfect item to be an item of support in the final report and give guidance to the Department of Ed to start investigating this so that as we move forward next session, they can be prepared to give us the numbers. We all know that what happens is, and they can actually work with the governor's office something along this line to see if he would be interested in actually building it into his budget. We are starting the budget cycle right now. If they would like to do something along that line, that way we would have real numbers. So often we have these things come to Ways and Means and Finance, and we want to do them, but the time and effort that it takes to actually pull the data and the numbers to figure out what the true fiscal impact would be makes it hard to wrap your arms around. So if they would start working on that right now, and if that would be part of our final report, that would give them some guidance, and possibly they could have a conversation with the budget office about this. And if not, they could come back to Finance and Ways and Means in their overall budget presentations to us to give us an update on it, because we know that last 2 weeks of January, we meet and do very high level presentations, and I would hope that they would be able to discuss it with us at that time.
Okay, thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton. That being said, I don't want any of us to forget that the actual members of the Recruitment and Retention Task Force are still available, and I would be almost certain that they would want to be part of those discussions and really a kind of being able to have their input and provide what they really envisioned and what they see is already possible, as Ms. Collins suggested. We already have a pool of volunteers we can pull from, and how to make this work even outside of the funding, because and Ms. Collins, maybe you can confirm, I believe this is something that they would want to make happen. So considering the financial impact, what are those workarounds to see how this can happen? Your thoughts on that, Ms. Collins?
Kat Collins again for the record. I'm envisioning that we would pull in a stakeholder group made up of some of our task force members, our RPDP folks, some of our staff, and some of our staff here at NDE, and see how we could logistically work this out. And then working with our fiscal office to figure out what the potential cost would be. So yes, it would involve a stakeholder group, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. With that,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Dennis.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make a comment. I think that this is a great subject, and I know that there are some good things going on as far as providing support for teachers. But I think, I hope if we're going to go to a statement, that in that statement that we'll talk about the receiving timely support for immediate issues and concerns from, I think we all understand that, but I just want to make sure that that's what we were talking about here, so that people don't get confused that, there are a lot of good trainings, professional development and all those things that are going on. But I think especially what the pandemic has really given us is that teachers need, with issues, they need immediate support. They can't wait for a professional development. They can't wait for a class down the road. And so whatever happens with this, I hope that we can provide that as we move forward. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, Vice Chair Dennis, because I think you're correct. That is the difference between a training, or even you attend a training, but then how do you implement that or make it specifically apply to your situation? But there's, what we're dealing, when we're considering education, this is dealing with all individual humans. And so there are individual situations. So yeah, those comments are appreciated, Vice Chair Dennis, that there still needs to, and I think through that process of development, there can be some parameters around specifically what you mentioned. What is the time frame that we would expect a response, whether it's 24 hours, 48 hours? I just think that the idea of hotline means that a person picks up the phone and there's someone there waiting. And but yes, those parameters, I believe it is the intention to make sure that there would be some inclusion of what would be an appropriate expectation. So with that being said, do we have a motion? And again, the motion would include to amend. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Woodhouse. I'll try. I've heard so many different things here. So with C2, I would propose that we amend and indicate in our final report support for this item, and also that the item be changed from teacher hotline to an online platform, and that the stakeholders of the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force be invited to pursue with the Department of Ed a measure that could be brought to the 2021 legislative session.
I think you did an outstanding job, Senator. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we have a second by Assemblywoman Carlton. Thank you for that. Ms. Sturm, can you take us to our next agenda item?
Can I make a question on that motion?
Yes.
Actually, that was a motion, right? So we have to vote on it?
Oh, you're correct. Thank you. We certainly do.
But before that, I just wanted to clarify, when Senator Woodhouse mentioned online platform, do we need to limit it to that? Because they may have some other ways that they, in addition to online, they may have something else that they could use to provide timely support.
This is Senator Woodhouse. I would really appreciate the advisory task force to come forth with their best ideas on how to handle it. I don't want us to just say only one thing. That's why the teacher hotline bothered me so much. The online platform might be part of it. There may be other things that they find that are a good, either an alternative or would be enrichments to an online platform. So I think let's leave it open to the task force.
So that being said, do we need to technically change the motion to make sure that, Ms. Sturm, do we need to change the motion? To make sure that it's more inclusive and not limiting to certain ideas?
I would defer to legal on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Jen was deferring to legal. Asher-Keeley Committee Counsel. It would be appropriate, since online was stated in the motion, to go ahead and ask if the mover and seconder would be willing to amend the motion. I think the concept would just be that they would be pursuing the establishment of some form of teacher support center program rather than specifically an online program.
Certainly, I think the teacher support program, such as online platform or other alternatives.
Thank you for that. Do we have a second to support?
Yes, we agree.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, Ms. Richards, will you take the roll call vote, please?
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Senate Assemblywoman Carlton,
Here, yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, will you take us to the next item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is C3, the exit and workload surveys. This recommendation would propose legislation to direct the Department of Education to develop, implement, and analyze the results of statewide educator exit and workload surveys in consultation with the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. The BDR would also allow the Department of Ed to solicit private funding to assist in this process. Furthermore, school districts will be required to collect and report the exit survey information in their annual report to the Department of Ed. The department will then review school district exit survey information and make recommendations for improvement to the school districts. Nevada's Department of Education will report the information collected regarding exit and workload surveys, along with any recommendations proposed for school districts or for changes in statute to the 2021-2022 Interim Legislative Committee on Education.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question.
Assemblywoman Carlton?
Thank you. So on this one, it says, based on recommendation from the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. And since I did not get a chance to read that report, is this pretty much what they came up with? Is this the of what their recommendation was?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, theirs was, I believe, separate, that there was a suggestion for an exit survey and an exit for a workload, and a suggestion for a workload survey. And if we have Ms. Collins still on the line, I know she can clarify because she worked so closely with them, but theirs, I believe, was for two separate surveys.
Thank you. And I support the exit survey because I think we really need to know what's going on. When it gets into workload surveys, they're very time consuming. I know there've been a number of them done in the past. I believe we would get much better information off of a exit survey. I think a workload survey can be very costly and very time consuming. And with the way our budget looks in the future, we are going to be asking so many of our folks to be doing so much more with a lot less resources, that I would just have concerns that we would be asking them to do more they can actually accomplish. But I'm very supportive of the exit survey component of this because I think we really should get a feel for why teachers are leaving so that we could address those issues.
Mm-hmm. And to your point, Assemblywoman Carlton, I think a lot of it, some of this that's in there too, is that we know that the school districts are doing this. So it's not to imply that, it's my understanding that many school districts are doing exit surveys, workload surveys. There's multiple surveys. Some school districts do surveys to parents, to students, and to employees as well. But it would just be to provide all that information to the Department of Education so that they could take a look at it as well and make any recommendations. Because of course, the purpose of having a survey is to garner that information so that we can take action, in those needed areas. But I do hear you on your concern about having the exit and the workload survey together. That was just something that we thought to reduce the number of BDRs and such. But certainly, if that's something that the committee wants to move forward on, that can be extracted out as well. Any further discussion or questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Senator Woodhouse.
Yes.
On this one, C3, even if it's just that, I agree with Assemblywoman Carlton But there's also going to be a fiscal impact and a staff impact on this one. So if we do proceed with it, we need to know that, or we need to understand that there will be a fiscal note attached to it, and regarding both the exit survey itself, as well as the staff time that it's going to take to accomplish it.
And I appreciate that as well. Senator Woodhouse, I should say none of us are comfortable with, passing legislation or policy that's not supported financially. However, I don't necessarily think that that should be a limiting consideration to us here in this committee. It is definitely an important consideration, but again, we know that this would go forward to one of the policy committees on education and have the ability to work on it at that level. And then of course, to pursue, if there is funding, again, it's still kind of hard to forecast what that's going to look like next session. But I do appreciate that concern and sentiment.
Thank you. And I do notice that in this item, it says that the BDR would also allow NDE to solicit private funding. I just think if it's something that we want done for education, this might be, it is extremely awkward to always ask our school districts and the Department of Ed to go begging for money to do things that need to be done. So this just, I know that we need this kind of information. I just think that if we're going to do this, we need to do it the right way, and not have the Department of Ed be begging for funds to do their job.
Okay, and with that being said, Senator, and I just want to keep track to make sure all of the suggestions that we're capturing them all. The first one would be to isolate it to the exit survey. And the other one is you're saying you would not want to pursue private funding, but again, you're
regarding the private funding, I would say I wouldn't put it in this measure. What I would do is, if they, someone comes forward and offers to fund it, wonderful. But I don't want them to be under the gun of having to go solicit funding from other sources around the state or the nation. So I would be comfortable with the First Amendment of an executive or an exit survey. And then if we would delete the part about soliciting private funding.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other further discussion or questions?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes, please.
I think the reason that we put that in there as far as the additional funding was if we don't get funding and somebody does come forward, we had to have a mechanism for them to be able to accept the funds. So I don't know if there's a different way to do it, because I agree with Senator Woodhouse. If it's something we really need to do, we should do it. But I know that in some cases we've had some studies and things where people were willing to step up because we didn't have the funding and we needed it in a more timely manner and couldn't wait for another session 2 years later. But we didn't have the way of being able to accept the funds. So is there a way that we can do that if somebody wants to come forward, but not require them to have to go fundraising?
I think so. This is Senator Woodhouse, because I think when, this measure will go to the policy committee first. If it makes it out of there, it'll go to one of the money committees. And that could certainly be an amendment that's put on it at that time. We do it in all kinds of bills. We make that avenue available at the right time.
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes, Assemblywoman.
So I believe to accomplish that in just the most simple, straightforward, would be to change the language that would say the BDR would also allow NDE to receive private funding to assist in this process, as opposed to using the word solicit.
Yeah. Yes, who is this?
Senator Don Darrell Luke.
Yes, Senator.
I would suggest that we might want to add a partner, a foundation partner, and I'm not sure how exactly we'd want to word that, but there are multiple education foundations and also groups out there that may be very willing to assist with this. And so to put private funding, to me, kind of denotes something different than maybe a partner, a partner who would help us do this. And also, I think we have to be cognizant, which would come up in the discussion in the regular session as a BDR. But as they do these exit interviews, and they do them, I know they do them in Clark County and Washoe, many people are reluctant to do them or be honest about them because they don't know if they're coming back. They don't know if people can see who they are. There's all kinds of issues there. And so it might even be that some other, I don't want to say third party because that's not what I mean, but if a foundation did this, maybe they were the clearing spot for that. They were the portal, because anytime you're telling your employer why you're leaving and you think you might circle back around, I mean, that's a problem. And it could be, you know, you change your mind in 4 years and you go, that wasn't so bad. So I think that we have to be cognizant about all of that. Just food for thought.
No, absolutely. And I think that those are some areas that, because again, this also allows NDE to give recommendations that, so it's implied in here that recommendations for this, I just was making the note that not to say that the districts aren't already doing it, but to make sure that the department, that information is shared with the districts, that information is shared with the department, but most certainly, you know, we are sensitive to that issue. And so again, that could be one of the suggestions, that the partners actually are conducting this. I think the language may say, instead of Senator, that you're getting toward was encourage partnerships, because again, as you said, there's many foundations, there's even many universities where, you know, we have students that are, you know, in grad work working on statistics and evaluations and things like that. So yes, there are many partnership opportunities. So I think maybe encourage partnerships might be the language we're thinking of.
Would you like me to make a motion?
Sure. I will take a motion, please.
Okay, I would make a motion that we propose legislation for an exit survey. And we would encourage partnerships in lieu of funding to assist with that process. I don't know if that all made sense. If somebody else has another word they want to add there, please jump in.
And Madam Chair, I would second that and then have a comment.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Senator Don Darrell Loop and a second by Assemblywoman Carlton.
And with the comment, Madam Chair, I know the Department of Education does have the authority to accept gifts and grants. I know we've given that authority to a number of our departments, so I don't believe them. I don't believe there's a barrier to accepting a gift or grant if someone wanted to say, let us help you do this. But I do really appreciate the partnership language so that we can open it up to grad students or other folks who might be interested in doing some of this work to address the issue of employees being comfortable about filling it out and giving us real answers so we can address real problems.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Senator.
And thank you. This is probably for Mr. Asher. As I read the proposed language, it said the BDR would also allow NDE to solicit private funding. Is that currently disallowed under current law? Was the intent here to open a door for them to find that partnership, but on their own, rather than simply waiting for someone to grant them something? Can you maybe shed some light on that?
Well, before Mr. Killian responds, Vice Chair Dennis did respond to that it was just there to make that for that ability. And Assemblywoman Carlton did say that it's already permissible that they're able to do it. We just wanted to make sure that that was included in case of if there was a financial difficulty. Mr.
Right. And what I see there is a small disconnect in that what Assemblywoman Carlton mentioned was that the department may receive gifts and the like, as opposed to go out and seek them. And I was wondering if there's a legal distinction there that we might want to be aware of.
Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So generally, the way that we interpret this information in a bill draft request is to ensure that the relevant agency has the authority to request and accept gift grants and donations for a particular purpose. And in this case, the way that we would have interpreted this language is there's some existing authority out there already for the Department of Education to accept gift grants and donations generally. We would have interpreted it specific to this purpose, that they would be able to seek gift grants and donations specifically for this survey rather than to fund the operations of the department generally. So we just would have ensured that they had specific authority in addition to their general authority.
Very good. Thank you.
And with that, Ms. Richard, can you take the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Right now, it is almost 12 o'clock, so I think we will go ahead and take take our lunch now. But before we do that, I would like to mention that the flowers were delivered to Senator Woodhouse during our meeting. And this is something we didn't want it to go unrecognized. Senator, all of the years and years and years that you put in between being an educator, being a principal, and all the legislative work that you've done. And of course, in this interim committee, and I don't know if you have any other interim committees scheduled after this, but I know that this, you do, I figured, busy, but knowing that this will be your last day sitting and serving with us all here in education, that was something we felt just needed to be acknowledged and recognized. And sadly, we're not all in the same room where we can hug you, but just know that that emotion and that gratitude and that respect is still there, even in our virtual world. So.
Well, thank you so very much. And the flowers are gorgeous. Actually, I was so surprised when there was a knock on my door. And so they're sitting over by the front door inside, so they're not hot. So I will put them on the screen later so that you can all see them. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And certainly your words, it's just education is a passion of mine, as you know. So, and I do appreciate all the work and that you all are doing and will continue to do. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. I will see everyone back at 12:30. Hello, everyone. Just waiting a moment until everyone else appears on screen. Is all. Okay, so it looks like most of us are back from lunch. It is 12:33, so if we could get started. I know we still have an awful lot to cover, so we want to make sure we can get through all of this. Well, we will get through all of this. So, Ms. Sturm, can you let us know what is next on the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have that we're starting at C4, assessments on evaluations. Madam Chair, would you like me to go ahead and read the next one?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Items 4 and 5 relate to the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, but beginning with item C4, this recommendation proposes legislation to temporarily pause the metrics using student assessment scores that are factored into evaluations of administrators and other licensed personnel for the current evaluation period.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or discussion? Senator Dondero-Loop?
Thank you. I thought we had a bill already and that student assessments weren't a requirement. So could we have some clarification on that?
Are you, because there's a couple on the list, are you referring to something else on the list? Are you referring to something else on the work session?
This says proposed legislation to temporarily pause metrics using student assessment scores that are factored into evaluations of administrators and other licensed personnel for the current evaluation period. And I thought student assessments were not a requirement as of now.
Mr. Kellyan, I don't know of that changing yet.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I see Ms. Collins in the corner if she wants to speak for NDE, but as far as I know, they were still in. Who'd like to respond?
Madam Chair, would you like your legal? I'm sorry.
Oh, is that Superintendent Ebert?
It is. I apologize.
Okay. Please proceed.
So in NRS 391.650 and NRS 391.751, the use of student assessment scores are not a requirement of the evaluation system. The student outcome component of the NEPF is based on the
Superintendent, okay. Superintendent Ebert, we can't hear you right now. We're having some connection issues. You kind of were going in and out for a minute.
We can try again. I had noted the two, and where in NRS specifically, it is noted that the use of student assessment scores are not a requirement of the evaluation system.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a question for legal. Is this, was the interpretation, I believe that this is referring to the SLGs and SLOs, since the actual student assessment data isn't currently in the evaluation?
Madam Chair, this is Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. My understanding of this portion of the request was that it would be pausing for the 2020-2021 academic year the use of pupil learning goals as part of the NEPF, basically just for this academic year that's been affected by COVID. That was my understanding of the request, but certainly, the committee is free to expound upon that or modify that.
And that's what I believe it is too. And again, even though it's not required, we know there are still districts that are using those scores as part of the evaluation, using or determining which tests will be utilized under the SLGs or SLOs. And I use that different terminology because I know each district uses something different. So additional questions or comments?
I have a question, Madam Chair, Senator Pickard.
Senator Pickard?
Thank you. Because this wasn't specifically talking about any particular assessment, my concern is the intent of this measure to stop measuring student performance. One of the things that we talked about, not in this, but in the special session, was how the COVID-19 has affected our education system. And if we were to stop measuring how the students are doing, we can't then determine whether or not our distance learning paradigm has succeeded or failed or something in between. This would be like, a cancer patient stopping testing because they had a relapse or they came out of remission. I would think we would want to be doing extra, not to put more, and I'm not suggesting we put more burden on teachers and students, but we should be looking at ways of really determining whether or not distance learning is effective, because we have no baseline to start with except what we came out of the last school year, which suggested that it was abysmal. So I'm not sure if the idea is that we're eliminating testing of students to see where they are. I'm opposed to that idea.
And thank you for that, Senator Pickard, because excuse me, the idea actually is not to eliminate testing and measurements of students, and that's currently going on. What the idea is that, because of, as you stated, COVID and the virtual world And even we heard this morning from a parent, the strain that it's putting on everyone, on educators, on parents, on teachers, on students specifically, knowing that it's not ideal for anyone right now. The idea is that there's been some flexibilities given to parents and students in terms of attendance and what we traditionally require for attendance and what is currently accepted as attendance. And of course, understanding that not having the ideal situation, that it's not going to be the same. And that's whether you're in a hybrid or a virtual situation. So this is specifically just talking to, should those goals, the student learning goals, and those scores be part of a teacher's evaluation or an administrator's evaluation? Because while we, pretty much everyone in this body has done so much work over the years to get it to a percentage where everyone was comfortable and that this was it, and I'll admit myself that I thought, okay, this is it, let's just stay there and let's just, 15% period. No one expected a situation like this with COVID. And so the fact that this can literally 15% of the evaluation is now more than ever on something that educators, including admin, can't control, with the attendance, with the digital divide, students that just don't even have access, students that don't have the technology. And we know there's still thousands in Clark County specifically, including some schools where specifically, I just saw a report that even some schools are hovering around 25% of their kids can't log on. So is it still appropriate to hold a teacher's evaluation or an admin's evaluation 15% to that? But it's not at all saying eliminate measurements of what's happening.
Chair Miller, this is Senator Don Loop. I appreciate all those comments, and I totally agree that we have kids that haven't logged in or aren't on or don't have devices or internet, several things. But this specifically says that those student assessment scores, it's irrelevant to the student taking the test. It's saying anybody who takes the test, those would go into the evaluations of the administrators and the other licensed personnel. But if I'm understanding what Superintendent Ebert is saying, those are currently not part of their evaluation. And so maybe Superintendent Ebert could clarify that one more time with NRS 391, because I don't think those are used within their evaluation now. So we wouldn't need to take them out, is the way I understand it.
Superintendent Ebert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Ebert for the record. So teachers have the option to utilize, teachers have the option to utilize the formative assessments that are aligned to their own instruction and to the standards. So it doesn't create an extra burden, that it is in alignment to what they're teaching. It helps with their mid-cycle review. So I'll go back to the initial comment of it is not required. Teachers may choose to use it, but it is not a requirement. A lot of teachers and administrators sit together and make a determination on those SLOs. Actually, it's part of the requirement to do so. And they do it in a collaborative way. The team actually spent quite a bit of time this summer and pulled together colleagues from across the state and to look at the NEPF specifically, knowing that COVID has created a different environment for all of us. And they made some wonderful recommendations, and they've been working with the school districts to help implement those recommendations for the change in the evaluation system. And that's kind of part and parcel with many of the items that are coming up when we talk about, the current environment, is that the department team did spend a lot of time this summer planning for this upcoming year and specifically looking at the NEPF.
And so thank you for that, Superintendent Ebert. with that, going back to what Mr. Killian was saying, is that while it's not required, but we're specifically, and yet there are still, this is a conversation that happens all the time. There's still schools and principals that are requiring this or dictating what it will be. But again, the question is that this is specifically to the SLOs or SLGs. Is that correct, Mr. Killian? Because again, the requirement is for the SLO, SLG. It's just, there are cases where they're using the student assessment or dictating the standardized assessment that will be used, as opposed to what you said, Superintendent Ebert, which is the intention is that it's supposed to be teacher driven, using teachers using or determining what to evaluate and how to evaluate based on the standards.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. So I guess taking a step back just to help frame the issue. So NRS 391-465 subsection 2 paragraph C is the provision that requires that 15% of the evaluation of a teacher or administrator be a measure of pupil growth. And then NRS 391-480 is where the process is laid out, where teachers and administrators are intended to collaborate to come up with pupil learning goals, and the department is required to establish a list of assessments that may be used to assess pupil growth. And so I obviously can't speak to what's actually happening on the ground in the way that Superintendent Ebert can, but the process requires pupil growth to be 15% of the evaluation and allows for assessments to be used to measure pupil growth. As written in the work session document, the measure would prohibit, I should say, exclude the use of assessments to measure pupil growth for the purpose of teacher administrator evaluation for the current school year. Again, the committee has the freedom and flexibility to expand this or revise this as necessary if the committee's intent is that measures of pupil growth simply aren't appropriate in the current academic year, given COVID and the related circumstances. The committee could broaden this to effectively just not count pupil growth measures against teachers or administrators in the evaluations for the current academic year. But as written, it would only prohibit the use of any assessments to measure pupil growth in the current academic year from counting against the administrator or teacher.
So the law currently does allow for assessments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. That's correct. The law requires 15% of the evaluation to be pupil growth, and it allows for assessments to be used to measure pupil growth. It doesn't require it. The law provides a process where the teacher and administrator are supposed to collaborate to determine the appropriate measures, but assessments are allowed to be those measures.
And
Okay,
Madam Chair, if I may, and this may have been a healthy conversation, because I think the statement may then be a little ambiguous because I read it differently. Ultimately, the way I read it was that we are proposing legislation to temporarily pause metrics using student assessment scores. From there, I read it as a qualifying statement saying that these are scores that are factored into evaluation of administrators and other licensees. So as I read this, I saw this as a pause on creating the metrics, of taking the data and developing the metrics. So that's probably where the confusion came in, was I just read that differently to mean something else. I saw that as saying, we're not going to take the measurements, which I think is a mistake.
I see the difference there. I think it's more about, should that be within the 15% of the evaluations? I think that's more the question. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I suppose my question is for Superintendent Ebert, and I apologize. So let me just summarize so I make sure I understand correctly that what this measure is doing is it is only pausing that the 15% related to assessment and student growth is going to be part of the metrics that are used to evaluate teachers and administrators. for this current evaluation period, correct? Okay.
That's how I read it.
And then my next question, I suppose, for Superintendent Ebert was, I thought I heard that we already have paused that. And if I misunderstood that, please forgive me. So my first question is, have we already, has NDE already used its authority to pause? And if so, do we need legislation waiting until, of course, next session, which is not until next spring, which wouldn't get passed until, close to June anyway. Is this something that NDE can just do within its authority today, and have you already done so?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Tolles. The work that we did, thank you for allowing me to clarify. The work that we did this summer was not in regard to removing the 15%. So if I confused or added to any confusion, I apologize for that. The work that we did was looking at the NEPF in its totality. This summer, Kat and team Felicia did a phenomenal job in doing so, pulling in educators and looking at what are those measures of growth that you will look at. So the conversation, as mentioned by many of the people presenting, it is not a requirement to use, for instance, the SBAC scores in the evaluation. It's an entire process that we look at, and growth. Where do we want and how do we want our students to grow throughout the year, and how are we as the adults in the room going to measure ourselves and make sure that we're ensuring that our students are moving along? So that 15% mark has not been shifted. It's how we have discussions with the administrators and with the teachers, and talk about our profession in a positive way and moving student progress forward.
And thank you for that, Superintendent Ebert, because I think that clarification is that when some people hear assessments, they think specifically SBAC, but I don't think that that's what's intended by what's written, that it's not specifically speaking to one specific test, such as the SBAC, because we all know that that's not what's happening. But I think it's referring to any type of standardized assessment that is being used, or those growth scores at all, when it comes to being 15% of someone's evaluation, when, again, it's not in the ideal situation for that educator or that student or that parent. Any further?
So just so I make sure I understand, so we're not pausing assessments and we're not pausing evaluations.
Correct.
We're essentially just clarifying the potential negative consequences of, we're removing that there will be, negative consequences of lower assessments on that evaluation process because of the circumstances we find ourselves in with the transition to online learning and addressing a pandemic.
That's how I see it. Mr. Killian, I think that's what we're referring to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. And yes, that would be our understanding based on the way it's presented in the work session document, at least, is that we would effectively be holding teachers and administrators harmless from the portion of their evaluation that would be based on pupil growth using assessments for the 2020-2021 academic year.
Any additional questions or comments?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes, Senator Dennis.
So, I mean, that's the way that I had understood what this item was. The comment was made on anything that since we're talking about something that would happen during session, we had talked about if it's an important enough issue that this is the kind of thing that we could do early on in the session to help, because we're just trying to relieve the pressure put on teachers and others that are being evaluated with all the challenges that they have right now. So we're trying to help them with that. So I think that's what I just heard in all that discussion, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there, that if there are issues that need to be dealt with early in the session, that we could push to try to get that something passed sooner rather than later.
Oh, okay. And you're referring to the timing of the evaluations in conjunction with the timing of session. Okay.
Right, because some of those would be going on, and we could pass something that could look at that, could deal with what's going on at the time if we could get it done early enough.
Okay. With that being said, I would like to, I have a question about what appears to be, at least on my list, the next item, which is number 5, the Nevada Educator Performance Framework. And I guess the question is seeing if these are of different intent, or if one was legislation and one was a letter asking NDE to do it, to make that policy shift without legislation.
Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council, I think I can clarify on that. I believe, kind of piggybacking on what Vice Chair Dennis was just mentioning, I think the intent was that 4 and 5 were generally going to be considered together. And so 5 could be, if the committee decides to move forward with these items, 5 would be the notification to the Department of Education now that this is the intent of the committee and theoretically the intent of the legislature moving forward, so they can get a jump start on the legislation that then the committee would probably want to prioritize near the start of session, so that this begins to happen now through February or March rather than potentially in June after the academic year is already ended, and then NDE has to go back and basically undo and redo the NEPF evaluations they've already done for that academic year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I think we'll table this for the time being. Ms. Sturm, what is the next on our agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the next one was C5. I don't know, was it, did you want to table that one as well with C4 or move on to C6 at this point?
Is C4 related to what we were just speaking about?
Yes, C5 is just what was discussed by Mr. Killian regarding the letter.
Yes, yes. So yes, let's hold off on both of those right now.
Okay. So the next one, and again, Jennifer Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. The next one I have here is item C6 regarding exit and workload surveys. This proposal would send a letter to the superintendents.
Oh, so is this different than the other? This is, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. This would send a letter to the superintendents of each school district requesting that each district will report to the Department of Ed and to the State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force on exit and workload survey information that the school district collects, if any.
Okay, and on this one, I think it would be appropriate, since the other item was modified to just the exit survey, that we should keep this consistent, that it would be just the exit survey, even though we know that districts are doing certain workload surveys. Also, I think the request was also that this would be included in their annual report to NDE. So I would like to add that as a modification too. And that this would just, the ability of this is to provide what's already happening to coincide with the other measure that the districts that are already doing exit surveys to share that data with the department. So I would like to, one, modify to make sure that it's pertaining just to the exit surveys, and two, that it's also in the annual report so that it doesn't become an additional work for the district, that it's something they can include while they're already reporting. With that, are there any other
Madam Chair?
questions or comments?
Yes, this is Assemblywoman Toles. So, it's more of a comment that that I appreciate. This is actually maybe a first step in terms of collecting what did the districts already conduct in the way of exit interviews. And I think that this will be very informative to the other measure that we passed right before we took our break, which was C3, which is legislation to pursue mandating that reporting every year by the districts. I'd like to just revisit something that Senator Dendera-Luke mentioned in that discussion on C3. And that is that there may be some differences by district. For some of our smaller districts in our rural communities, they may not already be doing this. And one of the purposes or one of the reasons behind that is because perhaps in smaller districts, there are some additional considerations that I think this body would benefit from hearing from our smaller rural districts, and that we could utilize this reporting in the meantime to take into consideration whether or not we want to modify who we apply that requirement for legislation to, if it should be for all districts across the state, or if we want to put a population limit on it. That was just my comment.
I do believe it was for all districts, and I know that something that was clearly communicated during the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force is the actual differences between the district. Certainly why someone leaves Clark or Washoe is going to be different than why someone leaves Lander or, Humboldt. So I think making sure that we capture and recognizing, of course, that there's different dynamics to working in each different community and district, but I wouldn't want us to not be able to obtain that information, even if it's fewer or less. I think that information is vital because in some of our rural school districts, they struggle as well with recruitment and retention, but they struggle for different reasons. And I wouldn't want to not capture those reasons and not allow the ability for the state or the department to assist in again, eliminating whatever those barriers are. So I would still like to see it go forward, including all the districts. Any other questions or comments? No other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes, Vice Chair.
So do we, so let's see, so do we, you kind of preface this with, do you want to treat this like the other one, to put it on our list of what we support?
No, I think this one would be appropriate to send a letter because we're actually making a request for the school districts to share their information in their annual report to NDE so that the department has that information. So I think it's more appropriate for this to be a letter since it's a specific request.
Okay, so with that, I would make that motion that we send this letter to the superintendents as indicated here in our documentation.
And is that specifically just for the exit survey information?
I could go either way, but yeah, just for the exits. I think that would make it easier for the districts, right? Because the workflow is probably a little harder to do.
Okay, do we have a second?
I would second that, Madam Chair. I believe it's important to get this information. So I would go ahead and second that one and see how it works.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richards, will you take the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And the motion passes. And with that, if we could move to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm for the record. So the next item in the work session document is, I believe, C7. And this proposal would send a letter to the Department of Education with a copy to the superintendents of each school district, encouraging that the department work with individual districts on flexibilities afforded to the school districts in teacher incentive spending.
Okay, thank you. If I recall, it was communicated to us that this came up from some of the rural communities with some of the flexibilities on what they already have access to, which are, and policies that already exist with NDE. But because of the nature of the rules and their dynamics being differently, they just wanted to, it seemed more like they weren't aware of some of the permissive flexibilities that are already allowed to them through policies through NDE, in their ability to want to kind of modify some of the things that they already have to fit their particular needs in the rules. And so with that, it was just requesting more so that NDE, maybe I don't think the way it sounded or I interpreted, the districts weren't 100% sure of what they could do. So just requesting that NDE communicate that with them, that they already have some flexibilities that they're able to exercise. Is there any further comment or questions on that item?
Yes, Senator.
Question.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Yes, so these would not be new flexibilities. These are flexibilities that are already afforded to rural districts that they may not be aware of. So we're gonna tell them what's out there.
Correct. It's not creating new flexibility. It's just asking for that communication so that the rules understand that they have those flexibilities and they can make those requests, and that NDE would work with them within what's already in their policies.
Could I have an example of what type of flexibility we're talking about? Because we gave the rurals flexibility on class size, and that was a bit of a contentious issue. So I just want to make sure I understand what flexibilities we're talking about.
Yes, and maybe Mr. Killian can follow up with this. It was my understanding, and I'm recalling a previous even hearing where the rules were speaking about in some of their incentives that they give to hire teachers. And they were saying, we would like to use it, and I don't want to misquote anyone. I hope someone from the rules is here to also clarify, but that the rules were saying, we have some portion to use for incentives to hire new teachers. But by the nature of what happens in our rural districts, we would like to use them, say maybe to help with moving cost or this expense or something. Or also the rules had requested the dates in which those are provided, which we know that we can't change, but it was just helping them understand some of that's already, they're already afforded some of those flexibilities. It's just working with NDE within the current policies. Mr. Killian, is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. And I think that's generally an accurate description of the situation. I know some of the rural districts had requested for teacher incentive money to be usable to reimburse moving costs. And generally, the way that this teacher incentive money has been made available, specifically referencing sections 29 and 30 of SB 555, which was the education funding bill from this past session, there are blocks of money made available for teacher incentives, either through a grant process to NDE or just made available to the districts, to be used for incentives for either hiring new teachers or for teachers transferring over to Title I or underperforming schools. But there's no restriction in the law about the actual use of the money. It's just to be provided to teachers for incentives. So the law doesn't prohibit the ultimate use of that money by the teacher for moving costs. It just provides that it's provided to the teacher for incentives. So I believe the situation that we were running into is that either the rurals didn't know that the actual use of the money by the teacher was unrestricted in that fashion, or that maybe as part of the grant process or as a result of some communication with the Department of Education, they believed they couldn't provide those incentives to reimburse moving costs. But there's no restriction of that sort in the statute. The statute just, in some cases, limits it to no more than $5,000 per teacher, but doesn't in any way restrict what the teacher then actually spends the incentive money on, including moving costs.
And nor does this change anything with the actual funding itself. This is not at all advocating for more funding or different funding. It's just their ability to exercise what they already can, correct?
Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel, that's correct. This item on the work session isn't advocating for any change in the funding availability. It's just regarding the legal uses of the money that's already been appropriated.
Madam Chair, if I could follow up briefly, I just want to make sure that I believe that funding was swept. So I'm not sure if it's actually available in the near future. So sending a letter might not actually work. This one may be better to be in our final report so that everybody's got a record of it. I would hate to send a letter out giving people flexibility for monies that I believe we've already swept. So we might want to clarify that. I don't want to have all the rural districts jumping up and down. Yay, there's money. Find out it's not there.
Certainly, and I think that's an appropriate way to address it as well. Because again, going forward, and also with that new funding formula, you know, schools may make certain choices, districts may make certain choices to meet their certain needs. So I certainly think that would be appropriate as a statement. And again, communicating out to, you know, the rules that those flexibilities can be worked out with the department. But yes, point well taken. Any other further questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
So Madam Chair, I would suggest on this particular motion that this item be this clarification item be included in our final report so that everyone's aware of the different options that they have.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Assemblywoman Carlton. Do we have a second?
Woodhouse seconds.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richard, will you take the roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Dennis?
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop?
Yes.
Senator Pickard?
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles?
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, if you could move us to the next item.
Madam Chair, item C8 proposes to send a letter to the Nevada System of Higher Education requesting that the system ensure that its institutions are allowing students who want to enter the teaching profession to enroll in courses before passing the praxis exam.
Any questions or comments on this item?
Chair Miller, this is Senator Don Darrell Loop. I'll have questions on 8, 9, and 10, but the licensure barriers with UNLV and UNR and us sending a letter to NSHE, isn't that a system piece that they need to coordinate on and be consistent on? I mean, for years, UNR, the teachers couldn't, they could not graduate and teach without their masters, and that was not the same at UNLV. So this is another discrepancy, but wouldn't this be an NSHE in-house piece and not ours?
Oh, and I see what you're saying. Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. I think that's part of why this was written up as sending a letter rather than proposing legislation, because this is quite possibly one of the things that the legislature would not be able to legislate about, since it's concerning the internal conduct of the university. But the committee would be empowered to send a letter to NSHE requesting that they make these changes. It just might not have the power currently to actually pass legislation requiring these changes.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
This is Senator Woodhouse. This first one, number 8.
I think, are we on oh yes, we're on number 8.
Yeah, the first one of the licensure barriers. I understand the issue. So possibly what might be better again is to identify our concern by putting it in our final report rather than sending letters. Just the thought.
And I think that because we're asking for a specific, and I know with NSHE, it's not necessarily, they have the abilities to make their own decision, but I think to ensure that that is something that is considered, I would actually like to see it remain as a letter. Any other thoughts or comments?
Assemblywoman Tolles, I would agree with that they may not read this report in particular, so sending the letter would, I think in this case, be appropriate.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
Senator Dennis, I would make a motion that we send the letter to NSHE on this issue regarding the institutions that allow students who want to enter teaching profession to enroll in courses before passing the praxis exam.
And a second?
This is Assemblywoman Gorlow. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Dennis and a second by Assemblywoman Gorlow. Any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Richard, will you do the roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Don Darrell Loop.
Yes.
Senator Pickard.
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Sir, can you move us to the next agenda item?
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. This takes us, I believe, to item C9, licensure barriers. This proposal would be to send a letter to the Department of Education requesting that the department send a list of current barriers experienced by those who are interested in entering the teaching profession in Nevada through reciprocal licensure, and whether those barriers are statutory or set in regulation. The letter would also request the Department of Ed to report this information to the director of the LCB by December 31st of this year for transmittal to the Senate and Assembly Committees on Education of the 81st Legislative Session.
Any questions or comments?
This Senator Dennis, can I just real quick on this? I think when you and I talked about this, we were talking about trying, the reason we wanted a specific letter so that we could get that information back in time for the session. And then if one of our committees could decides that there's a change needed, one of our committees could run a bill for it. I think that was what we were talking about.
Right, to be able to obtain the information from NDE. Yes. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a quick one. When we're talking about asking NDE to provide us a list, is this a list of barriers reported by potential applicants? Is this a list that is coming from NDE as to their impressions? What kind of, what's the basis for this? Are we giving them guidance in this letter?
As it's written, I don't see direct guidance. And the next one, I don't want to combine the two, but in the next option, that's directly, asking that same information from the actual unions who do work directly with educators. But in this one, no, it doesn't appear to be any specific guidance.
Sure.
But I also think that there's specifically, as it was read, is first to see some things are set by statute and some by regulation of when it comes to, because really, this is really about more so the reciprocity issue, that when we have experienced licensed teachers from other states coming to Nevada, what are the requirements? And in some cases, even retired teachers, often teachers retire, early enough, young enough that they come here and want to put in another 10 years or so. So those reciprocity issues when it comes to existing, experienced, current licensed teachers from other states, what are we requiring them to do in order to obtain a Nevada license?
All right. Well, the reason I asked the question is because when I was dealing with a reciprocity licensure issue on the medical board side, the report from the regulatory body was that there are no barriers. When it comes to reciprocity, they can have their Nevada license in a day once they have a completed application. And then the professionals came to the table and said, while that statement may be technically true, it takes 6 months for them to declare an application complete. Over things like if, say, the institution where, because one of the requirements for the medical license was you have to have original documents from the institutions where you did your residency and whatnot. And some of those institutions don't exist anymore. So it took somebody 6 months to get through the process. So my concern is that if we're talking about just a list of requirements, that's easy. I mean, staff can do that probably in an hour's time to give us that list. But if we're asking them to show us the barriers that the applicants are experiencing, I don't know how they do that without surveying that, unless they're already getting that data. And that's where I was going with it. I think it would be much more helpful if we had a broad range of inputs, not just a list of the requirements.
And that's a very good point too. I think that the challenge with just having a list of requirements is that it's actually different per individual. So there's no list to say that this applies to all teachers coming in, because again, it's different on what subject matter you're teaching, which grade levels you're teaching. And so I know that NDE, they do have to look individually at each applicant's license to see if they qualify and what they apply for and what they may need to take. I think it's kind of the redundancy if we're asking someone who's been, a history teacher in another state for 15 years, that now you come here and, well, we need you to take geography 101, for your license here. And we're talking about experienced licensed teachers and some of those other classes that we may have, because again, we're not just talking about PDs, we're talking about actually going back for college course and the money and time for that making sure that it's not redundant to the experiences that experienced teachers would already have, albeit in other states. So that's why just a list doesn't really capture what's happening.
Chair Miller, this is Senator Don Darrell Loop. I don't know if this is under Kat's purview at the NDE, but could the NDE weigh in on what, in a general sense, what specific license reciprocity is maybe the most difficult or requires something? Because I was under the impression that from a bill I did a few years ago, I was under the impression that our reciprocity was pretty fluid. In other words, there wasn't a lot of, it was easy to get a license with the reciprocity. And that went back to when we were hiring some of our teachers from other countries. So I don't know if the NDE can weigh in on that and maybe give us an overview. I don't want a big long thing, just they might be able to say social studies is one area that we struggle with, or you know what, we don't have any. I don't know.
Superintendent Ebert, are you responding to this question? I see that you're on screen. I don't see everyone. I know that she asked for Ms. Collins, but I see you're on screen. So,
Chair Miller, members of the committee, this is Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent. Just to let you know that the parent engagement in the parent and family engagement course is currently the only barrier and to reciprocity. However, a new applicant to the state has 3 years to clear that provision off of their license. At this time, we have some of the best reciprocity in the entire United States. Thanks to the work of Jason Dietrich and the COPS Commission, they have streamlined a lot of the licensing issues over the last few years. And Jason's just done a phenomenal job when it comes to that. So currently right now, if you have specific, anything specific related to reciprocity, we'd love to hear that, but we are not hearing that there are any major barriers out there that we have not addressed or that we're not willing to address.
Yeah, and I think that's where I know myself hearing on the ground from other people from other states, including even sometimes many people that had worked here previously, and it was brought up earlier that people, bounce back and forth between states, and sometimes they come back, but then coming back and then having requirements. And so I've actually heard quite often that, I've been teaching or I've retired, and now they're saying there's additional coursework to that. And as you mentioned, the family engagement piece, again, that, I don't know when that was passed, if that intention was for just brand new teachers, but again, with experienced teachers, if that's just kind of already something that they would be experienced in if they've been teaching for a number of years. But I know that's not actually the core of this item. I think the item is more just getting the information of what NDE would see as a barrier or more effort in order to get your license here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll jump in here. As Felicia noted, really it is just coursework if someone, says that there's a barrier. And anytime, I've had many, and when we encourage all of you, if you hear that someone, an applicant is having a difficult time, to actually reach out to us directly. And we have the superintendents that have, that do have a hotline they can call and find out exactly. But in all instances, in the majority of the instances, it is applicants that have not completed the application properly online. They're missing their payment. There's different things. But as far as truly barriers to attaining a Nevada license, we have worked extremely hard this last year and a half. And again, Felicia noted Jason as well and his team. It really is maybe just a specific course that was mandated for everyone to take in order to attain a license.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, this being similar to the next one, item 10 being similar, which would be capturing the same thing, sending a letter requesting information with the unions to identify and report on unlicensed barriers. I think some of this is fluid in the discussion, but going back to number 9, no questions? Okay, so with number,
I'm sorry, if I can just, since we're talking about 10, I think this would be really interesting. I don't know that we need to send a letter. I mean, we've got department representatives sitting with us today, but I think this would be really helpful information to see if the practitioners' impressions mirror and marry up well to what the department has just testified to. I think that would be really interesting information because if there's a disconnect, that may become the focus of our next steps, because it sounds to me like NDE has already taken care of much of this. This might be a means of focusing on the perceptions of the practitioners who can then help us clean up the rest of it, what little there probably is. So that was just a thought.
and that's a good point, and I'm under that same impression as well. That it's good to get an idea of the different perceptions and where we're at. So, Ms. Sturm, can you read C10 for us, please?
Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. The next item here, C10, proposes to send a letter to the Department of Ed and Nevada's teachers unions, including those listed there, requesting the entities identify and report on current licensure barriers and potential statutory solutions. The letter would request that these entities report this information to the director of the LCB by December 31st of this year for transmittal to the Senate and Assembly Committees on Education of the next regular session.
Okay. And I have one question while we still have NDE on. I don't know if Deputy Gonzalez if you're still available to respond. But the comment was brought up that people would have 3 years so if they come here and they're required to take that class, they have 3 years to take it. So what happens then if within those 3 years they don't complete it?
Chair Miller, members of the committee, this is Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent for the record. If an educator does not complete the parent and family engagement course within the 3 years, the school district in which they are employed is required to notify them that their license is ready to lapse and that they need to take care of their licensing issue immediately. And they are at risk of not being employed in that district. The district is not allowed to continue their employment if they are not licensed in the state of Nevada. I do have to say that we have some incredible partners that have created additional opportunities to take family engagement courses in addition to the higher ed institutions. So we provide updated information on our website as to where educators can take these courses so that they can complete them in a relatively quick period of time.
Okay. Any further discussion on item 10?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you. Under item 10, what I was thinking is if we process this one, that we send a letter to the teacher unions as identified, strike NDE, because I think in addition that when the unions do this survey on any licensure barriers, it needs to go to the NDE. So I think we need to add in there that the letter doesn't need to go to NDE up front. It needs to go to the unions, and then the unions send that information onto the Department of Ed.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I think you're right that that becomes that the request is for the same information between the two. And this, as it's written, it's actually the information wouldn't go to NDE. The information would go would actually go to LCB, so that that information, if there were areas that needed to be considered or that were troublesome, that then there could be some action taken to alleviate it. Because we know in some cases, again, the difference between statutory and regulatory, but also seeing, again, if we're looking at, so there's only been one specific course that keeps being mentioned, but if there's even other things within their actual coursework for their actual licensing, individually, what's happening in that point. And again, if respecting the fact that NDE, as what they're expressing, may be similar to what they would share in a report, understanding that that's possible as well. But I do agree with you, Senator Woodhouse, that number 10, it would not be necessary to send that to NDE.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Chair Miller, I do think that the union should be sending that information to the NDE so that they know what's being said out in the field. And then also you can send it to the two committees on education. I don't have a problem with that. But I do think the NDE needs to know what's being said out in the field.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I completely agree with that, because if the goal is actually to make a difference, we've got to get the information to the difference makers, to the decision makers. But by the same token, I would hope that we would still have the letter coming to us so that we would see from them, and it's not filtered through the department, not that they would hide anything, but it's good to have all the information in front of us.
And I believe that's what Senator Woodhouse was saying, that she was just saying additionally. Yes. Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But just by sharing this only with unions, I believe you will be missing some teachers. I think it should go to the districts also, and they should post something online, and those folks that are not represented by a union still have an opportunity to participate. They shouldn't be limited just to union members. It should be all teachers.
Okay. And I agree as well. With that, do we have a motion on number 10? To include all of the suggestions, which include that this information would also be shared with NDE, and that it wouldn't just be members of unions or representatives of unions, but that it would be inclusive of all teachers regardless of their union standing. And therefore, we would be asking the districts to collect this information as well.
Madam Chair, that is my motion.
Thank you,
Seconded.
Senator Woodhouse, and a second by, was that Senator Pickard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
I think the comment from Assemblywoman Carlton is very appropriate because our rural school teachers do not have individual county unions. Some belong to NSCA, and so you're catching them here. That's listed. But as Assemblywoman Carlton mentioned, there are teachers out there that don't belong to any of these organizations, and we should hear from them as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That was well noted. Thank you. Ms. Richard, roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Toles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you move us to the next item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm for the record. The next item before you is item C11. This proposal would send a letter to the superintendents of each school district and the Nevada System of Higher Education, recognizing the important work already completed in Grow Your Own partnerships to assist in the recruitment of teachers and encourage further investment in continuing these partnerships.
And again, I think that this was just a show of support for the programs and the work and the partnerships that are already taking place. And that this is something that we encourage. And I know there was also conversations even from the teacher recruitment and retention task force about just the importance of, instead of trying to just recruit from out of state and bring other educators into Nevada, but the importance of trying to actually cultivate and grow our own educators. And I know in some cases there's programs going on with the high schools, and but again, a show of support just to again try to produce and graduate as many teachers here from our own state, and of course keep them in our state. So any thoughts or comments on the item?
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Toles, just want to say that I think this would be appropriate to turn into a statement of support in our final report, unless we feel like we need to send it as a letter.
Any other, thank you for that, Assemblywoman Toles. Any other discussion?
Chair Miller, in regards, Jen, I'm sorry to back us up, but we voted on C10. And am I correct that we aren't taking any action on C9?
Not at the moment. We're just tabling it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other further discussion on C11? Okay, so with that, can we have a motion?
I move to amend to a statement of support and approve. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion by Assemblywoman Toles. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Senator Pickard. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richard, roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
There it goes. Yeah.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlo,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, will you move us to our next item?
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. This brings us to item C12 on page 5. This proposal would send a letter to the boards of trustees and superintendents of each school district with a copy to the chairs of the Senate Finance Committee, Assembly Ways and Means Committee, and the Senate and Assembly Committees on Education of the 81st Legislative Session, asking them to ensure that funding, sufficient training, and professional development on new programs occur prior to the implementation of those practices.
Okay, and with this one, I do have a change. That it wasn't that the language that to ensure that I believed that it the request had been to consider. So that would be my first modification, that because it's my understanding that they're asking that the committees consider this before implementing new requirements or legislation. So that would be my first comment. Are there any additional comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you. This goes back to the discussion we had at the very beginning of the meeting about sending the letters. I believe this is more of a statement of support that as we move forward and look at changes in funding, changes in training, and the recommendations for professional development, that of course the Ways and Means Committee and Senate Finance do look at what the fiscal impact of those are, and that's what fiscal notes are when they come from the district, as what that fiscal impact would be on them. So I believe this is more of a statement of support than a letter when it comes to implementing this, going back to those same discussions about budget, subcommittees, the whole statement that I made on like A1 and A2. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton. I also think that maybe that because really the decisions are, the first stop is at the policy committees. So I think it's important for the policy committees to understand the impact that it could have and have that made, you know, as some of, although it shouldn't be in the decision because they should be passing good policy, but just knowing that that's a consideration. Is there any other discussion or comment?
Madam Chair, just a quick question. Do we think that they aren't doing this now? Do we need to send this? I mean, I understand the desire to foster the notion, but is this necessary? Because I think they're doing it now.
Well, I think that, you know, again, this came from the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force, and I think this is in response to the unfunded mandates. So it's not necessarily a question, but again, the policy committees focus on policy. And sometimes there's support there for that, and sometimes there isn't. And so I think this is in response to that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just thinking that we as the legislature are the ones responsible to making sure there's sufficient funding for what we require of them. To the extent that we give them money and then they propose something within their purview, they generally do that and then they fund it. I mean, I don't understand why we're writing a letter to do what I think everybody's doing anyway, except to the extent that we regularly pass unfunded mandates and push it off to them, which I don't think is appropriate either. But that if we do that, they can't control that. So the letter doesn't address that. But I don't understand the need.
Well, and I think that's exactly what the letter is trying to address just giving considerations to it, and whether it's considerations of should these programs be starting this year, or should it be, should we hold back for a year or two until other, funding and other resources or other training is in place. And because again, it does say training as well. So just before the requirements to have certain programs in place, that has there been professional development or training, the other resources in addition to the funding. So it's just asking for, and again, I know it says ensure, but I'm comfortable with the language of considerations before requirements are put on districts and schools.
Madam Chair, Senator Dennis.
Senator Vice Chair Dennis.
So I would think that, I think when I think of this one, I'm thinking sometimes we allocate money for them to do programs. And I think what we're doing is they're just a reminder, which I think for the most part they do, but like, for example, and I think they do this already, but we give them money for a computer, they've got to make sure that they've got support in place to train the teachers on how to use the, and then also to help them keep it up and running. And so this is kind of a reminder to them. And I would be okay with the statement just in our thing saying that we support, because this is coming from, where is it?
From the teacher recruitment and.
Yeah, the teacher recruitment. That we support what they're requesting here, because they obviously see something that's not being done in perhaps in some issues. So as they create their budgets, the school districts, that they take that, make sure that they're putting sufficient funding for that training part as well.
Any further questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Senator Dennis, I would be okay with making this, adding this to our list of things that we support in our, the final report.
Woodhouse seconds.
Okay, and we have a motion by Vice Chair Dennis and a second by Senator Woodhouse. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Richard, will roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Yes.
Senator Pickard.
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Our next agenda item, please.
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Next item is C13, which proposes to send a letter to the boards of trustees and superintendents of each school district, requesting that school districts ensure the development of student learning goals and objectives are teacher-driven, pursuant to the requirements outlined in NRS 391.480.
Discussion and questions?
This is Senator Woodhouse.
Senator?
I thought this was already handled in NRS 391.480. So could you or someone who knows more about this share where this is falling through the cracks? Because I thought the student learning goals and objectives were teacher driven. If they're not, then why not? So if anyone could provide some additional information, that'd be helpful.
Well, I think that's a grand question. Why not? It again, it is in legislation, but we know and hear quite often that certain schools and are actually dictate what the teachers will use as measurements what their goals will be, which standards they will evaluate. And that takes away from the spirit, from the intent of it, that it was supposed to be teacher driven. Earlier in the discussion, we also heard Mr. Killian say that the schools are allowed to use assessment data for it. And in some cases, that's what's happening, where those more standardized assessments are being used by schools to be in those learning goals, which takes away from it being teacher driven. I know that in the past 2 sessions, the conversation so much around that it should be teacher driven and specific to those students, and again, what their growth is, and that would be individual per classroom. And yet we know that there's still instances where there's actually schools saying, okay, it's going to be this exam and the whole school's going to have this goal. Everyone's going to use this, everyone's going to measure that, everyone's going to do that. And so just going back to, again, I think that the comfort level of it is when it's done in the spirit as intended and as written, but to, again, request to districts that it is following along with the guidelines, with what statute says, as well as the policies put forth from NDE. And there's also in there the ability where it asks school board trustees to review and review this on a periodic basis, which also it doesn't seem clear that that's been occurring either. So that would be how I would explain it. Any further question or discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
Senator Dennis, I would make a motion that we, I lost my page here, that we send a letter to the boards of trustees and superintendents of each school district, requesting school district ensure that development of student learning goals and objectives are teacher-driven pursuant to requirements outlined in NRS 391-480.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I think this is an implementation issue. And so I think that needs to be somehow, if we're going to send a letter, that needs to be put in there, because it's like hand-holding a little bit.
I agree with you, Senator. It is an implementation issue, and maybe I don't want to say confusion, but it's definitely implementation, because the statutes are there, the policies through NDE are there, but ensuring that it's actually being exercised the way that it should, because again, this is parts of individuals' evaluations, and making sure that it's done with the proper intent as it says in statute. But again, when so many discussions about especially focusing on retention, that making sure that things are being done properly, so that it's not actually affecting our retention or anything like that.
Yeah, and I guess my issue is that and I don't know if it's an issue, but while I appreciate everything that's being said here, at the end of the day, this really isn't about the kids. And so I'm struggling, because so many of the things we've done today aren't really about the kids. And so I think that as we go on, we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
And I think, I appreciate that, but I think that this does impact the kids, because it's then allowing it to be kid focused as it should be to ensure that it is student focused. With that, roll call.
Madam Chair, oh, sorry. Sorry, this is Assemblywoman Tolles. I think just maybe a broader statement is, as I'm looking through the rest of our work document, we have still quite a number of letters that we're going to be discussing, and perhaps some of them will be more appropriate as statements, but just specific to NDE, I know that we're going to be discussing 7 more letters in addition to this. And so,
Assemblywoman Tolles, can we hold your question or your request until, because we're in the middle of a motion right now?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Richard, roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
No.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
No.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Assemblywoman Tolles, your recommendation or your request?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just pointing out, I think in the broader scheme of things, my objection is not necessarily to, continuing to support SLGs and SLOs the way that we have intended in NRS, but more just the necessity of too many letters.
Oh, okay. And I wasn't sure if you were asking to clump all of the issues that NDE would want to respond to together, which that would cause some movement on the agenda, but I appreciate them staying with us. Ms. Sturm, next agenda item.
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm. This brings us to C14, which proposes to send a letter to the boards of trustees and superintendents of each school district, requesting that districts ensure the consideration regarding class size impacts within the Nevada Educator Performance Framework are conducted pursuant to the requirements outlined in NRS 391.465 as amended by Senate Bill 475 of the 2019 legislative session.
Any comments or questions?
Chair Miller, this is Senator Dondero Loop. Why, I guess I'm struggling. We just passed this bill in 2019. So why are we doing this letter?
Just simply because the bill was passed, NDE did make regulations around it and communicated and shared that those policies, and it wasn't actually enacted by the districts. So just as a reminder that that this is here.
So while I appreciate that, I guess we just passed this bill and we've had a really unusual year. And I just keep thinking of all the responsibilities we're putting on staff to follow through for some things that might or might not be some of the things we need to be done. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'm going to come right in behind that. I don't, as with the prior one, I don't think we need to send letters asking them to follow the law. A well-placed telephone call or them hearing us on this meeting should be enough. And there are appropriate means of enforcing the law if we need to. I don't think we need to send a letter.
Okay, and was that you volunteering to make a call, Senator Pickard?
If they would listen, sure. But I don't have any evidence they're not following the law.
I'm happy to, Chair Miller, to make several calls if we can save staff some of their work.
Okay, certainly, Senator Dondero Loop. Thank you. And with that, we will move on from this agenda item. and take no further action as a committee. Ms. Sturm, can you take us to the next item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is in section D on page 5. D1 proposes to send a letter to the Department of Ed requesting a presentation to the Senate and Assembly Committees on Education during the first week of the 81st legislative session regarding a review of distance learning plans implemented by school districts in 2020 in response to the coronavirus disease of 2019. The presentation would include a consideration of the creation of a repository for technological responses to distance learning. While there have been many different approaches used by various schools and districts, the presentation would include a summary of those approaches, what plans were ineffective, what plans were more effective and why, and whether the effective plans are scalable. Finally, the presentation would include a list of accountability metrics put in place, if any.
Okay, so my first question on this, and I know NDE is still here, is that it's been under, at least my assumption or understanding, or between your presentations during the interim about distance learning plans, and you've kept the committee up to date every time on what's actually occurring in our districts and schools throughout the state. Is this something that that the department is already doing and considering in terms of how distance learning is going for the students? Superintendent Ebert or Deputy Gonzalez, are you still available?
I am. This is Superintendent Ebert. I believe I heard the last part. I'm not sure if I heard the first part. So if I do not respond completely, actually, let me back up. Why don't we make sure I have a complete response for you?
Okay, so on item D1, my question was that it's been my impression that throughout this entire interim, that whenever, the department has presented to the interim committees about, how is it going for the students when it comes to distance learning, what the challenges are, and all the different policies that have been developed. And of course, the schools right now, and again, whether it's hybrid, but specifically distance, kind of where everyone is and the policies that you've created and the department's created, and the department's been very transparent about what's happening. So I guess my question is this something that's also redundant to the work that the department is already doing or intended to do?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Superintendent Ebert, for the record, the school districts have been working very collaboratively with the department. I should say the department has been working very collaboratively with the school district as well as the State Public School Charter Authority through all of this. And it's a moving target. We have had several school districts that have shifted from their initial plans, moving parents with choice, being able to move between a hybrid environment or online learning. All of this has been tracked and triangulated, not only with the department, but also through working with the governor and the emergency directives to make sure that school districts' health and safety, first and foremost, for all of our students, our staff, and educators, as well as making sure that they have the flexibility to work within those environments and then continue to work within their plan. So all of the plans, number one, are posted online on the department's website. Number two is that we continue to work continuously with all of the school districts if there are adjustments that need to be made. Number three, I would note we are knee deep in this environment, the pandemic, as we know, no vaccine at this point in time. And so superintendents, you, the department, everyone is working to create an environment for the future, leverage the resources that we have, and moving forward. One thing that I would, since this opportunity did come up, If you have not looked at the Connecting Kids NV website, we are tracking every single school district. We're the only state in the nation that is doing this. Every single school district is reporting on device need as well as connectivity need. And we have 11 of our school districts that are what we call green. And what that means is that either they're fully face-to-face or they're hybrid, like here in Carson City, they're in a hybrid environment, but every single child has a device and every single child has connectivity. So they're green. And we are driving to 100% because we know given at any point in time, it can shift from being a face-to-face environment to fully online. And getting 100% of our students with a device and connected has been a huge goal of the governor's COVID-19 task force. So that being said, this work is continuous. Everyone has been working extremely hard to support our students. It has not been an easy role in any way, shape, or form, but keeping our community safe while educating our students, everyone has been doing a wonderful job in keeping that top of mind and making the shifts they need to make. So it would be, I read this item, it would be just another point in time to do a full assessment. We're in the middle of a fire. And so to ask the firemen to stop and do a comprehensive report of how is everything going, we might want to take a step back from that. But I will tell you that with the dollars that were allocated to the department federally, we are going to bring on an evaluator, an outside, and do a review. Dr. Moore's team is working on identifying someone to do a complete analysis, because there are things that I'm sure that we have learned that will be very positive to move into the future, and to look back at what we could have done differently. We want to know that too. And so that will be a long-term reach, which I think we need to do in this environment that we're in. Thank you.
You're welcome, Superintendent. So do you feel that, because I think one of the things this has brought to all of our attention is we're all living through something we never considered we'd be living through. So do you think now that going through this, that, heavens forbid we ever are thrown back into a situation that we're not even currently out of, that the department is gaining enough information on how to move forward if we're ever in that situation again, whether it's by state or per district. But, I know in the north, just with what the fires and the smoke and all the challenges that everyone experienced up there this past month. But again, do we have enough information where going forward, if we were ever in these types of catastrophes again, that there's been enough information on how we could move forward and how we could do it effectively?
We'll continue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Ebert, for the record, we'll continue to gain more information as we move forward. The superintendents and Rebecca Fiden with the Charter School Authority, we meet and talk multiple times a week about different things. I have the Teachers Advisory Committee that technically we would meet once a quarter. We meet once a week, and spinning up the various stakeholders. So, continual input and making iterative changes as we move forward is where we need to go. I don't, that one big report at this point in time, I think is forthcoming.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure. If I can just interject, because I think we're kind of missing the point of the suggestion that I made, which was, yes, this is going to be an ongoing situation long past the end of the next session. My guess is we're going to have years of remediation and adjustments that are going to have to be made. But as a legislator and as a legislative body, we need to understand going into the session, what have we done thus far? What has worked? What hasn't worked? What kind of guidance do we as legislators need in order to address the legislative issues that are going to come before us? And if we don't have an idea of what's happened, we cannot respond appropriately to it. So I'm not suggesting that we have a detailed report with thousands of pages of charts and exhibits, not at all. But instead, I'd like to know what has happened, because I only see what happens in Clark County. And then I only actually see a subset of what happens in Clark County. What about the rurals? What about Washoe County? Maybe there are some things that we need to address legislatively that will make it easier to scale up the things that are successful, as opposed to just, giving the groups, NDE, the districts, whomever, just kind of a glancing blow, but instead stop, look at what's happened, and base it on knowledge. That's all. So I'm not suggesting we go overboard, but I would like to see some exposition of what works, what doesn't, and what can we as a legislature do.
And Senator Pickard, I think that was the portion that Superintendent Ebert responded to, that there is detailed information on the websites that's available. So it's not just, depending on geography, we're not able to access that information. Sure. For our other school districts, that detailed information is there.
Sure, but raw data isn't an analysis, and what we need is the analysis.
Right, we hear you, Senator Pickard. Any other further comments or discussion on this?
Chairman, Senator Don Darrell Loop.
Yes.
I would just make some quick comments, and then I'll make a suggestion or a motion. I have no doubt that at this time in this unusual pandemic time, we have been gifted a state superintendent who used to be our chief technology officer in the Clark County School District and has handled technology for the state of New York. I have no doubt we are in the right hands. And I also have no doubt that we will have numerous presentations about this from all levels when we get to the session in 2021. So I would suggest that we table both D1 and D2. These are not necessary. I think that we're in the middle of this, and we will hear all kinds of information about what's gone wrong and what's gone right. And superintendent's exactly right. This is like being in the middle of a fire and stopping and saying, wait a minute, we needed a bigger hose. I mean, you don't have one with you right now. So we're waiting to transition through this, and we may not be through it when we get to 2021, but I know that we'll hear all this information. And so I think we should just move forward and table these. Thank you.
And Senator Don Darrell Loop, I'm going to keep D1 and D2 separate because they're two completely separate issues, even though they're both listed.
Fair enough.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with tabling D1. We have a committee process for a reason, and I honor that process. And whoever is lucky enough will get my condolences on being chair of education next time. And it is up to them to decide when they want to schedule certain issues and get presentations. And right now, we don't know what session's going to look like. We don't know if education's going to get to meet once or twice a week. We don't know how we're going to start the session, if people are going to be allowed in the building. There are so many unknowns. To send a letter trying to micromanage the future chair of these very two important committees and tell them what we think they should do and second guess them. If I was the chair of that committee, I would find that insulting. I know what my responsibilities are, and I know that this is a huge issue, and it's going to be top of their list of being able to get as much information as possible, because I know sharing Ways and Means, when we start the budget process mid-January, this is going to be one of the first things I ask NDE to come and talk to Ways and Means, and with jointly meeting with finance to go over so that we have a good handle on it too. So I don't believe we need to send a letter telling someone to do their job when we choose them to do the job that they're going to do. So I would support tabling D1.
Okay, so with that, we will move forward to D2, if that is the next one on the list. Is that the next one, Ms. Sturm?
Jen Sturm, for the record, that is what I have as well. Do you want me to go ahead with that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. The next proposal is item D2, which proposes to send a letter to the Department of Ed and to the boards of trustees of each school district, ensuring appropriate distance learning materials and information are accessible for both the blind, deaf, hard of hearing, and visually impaired students, and for the blind, deaf, hard of hearing, and visually impaired parents or guardians.
And on this one, and this is why this one is so different from, even though they're both under distance learning, is that this parent actually reached out to me, and the parent is blind and she has multiple students within the school district. So what happened was when the schools physically closed, while the students were fine because you know, the students were fine. And even in the case where if a student is blind, deaf, or hard of hearing, or visually impaired, they can access their any kind of adaptive technology that they use physically in the school. They most certainly should be able to take them home when school's physically closed. So again, we know with our students, particularly that, again, they have adaptive technology, and so they would most certainly be able to use that at home during virtual education. However, where the challenge came is that the parent didn't have the information and communication from the schools wasn't shared with the parents in an adaptive way. And because of that, the parents struggled to understand what was going on and knowing what they should be doing and what was happening with their students. And again, just struggle to help them. So the request is, and I really kind of look at it as the same as, just like we try to ensure that schools send out information in multiple languages so that our parents as well are understanding, that we should give some consideration to ensuring that we are also sending out information, and specifically, and it became specifically in times of, it was brought specifically for distance learning because that's so out of the normal and it's just not the normal questions of what's happening in a routine school, that to make sure that we're providing information to our parents as well in adaptive materials so that we are, you know, effectively communicating with our parents. Any comments on this item? Okay, can we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move to process. I'm making sure I'm in the right spot at the right time because things change. I would move to support D2. I think it's very important, especially for the parents in this new world of education that everyone is trying to survive.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Assemblywoman Carlton.
And I'll second that because I jumped ahead and thought it was something else. So thank you for the explanation, and I will second that.
Certainly. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Question?
Yes, Senator Pickard.
What's the fiscal impact on this?
Well, I don't know what the fiscal impact is on it, but I also know that this is something that school districts, we provide these adaptive services for our students, but I don't think that we consider the parents as well. That, you know, this is something that was brought to light that, yes, that, you know, making sure that the parents are served at the same time. And even in terms of, you know, this can be something that, again, this is not dictating, this is just a letter requesting that they consider this. So this can be done through our partnership organizations as well, often we do that with different languages as well, is sometimes, we focus on certain languages, but sometimes there's an employee or a parent or someone else who can actually translate into other languages. So I would see this as something that we could just work on with partner organizations to make sure, or even as basic as ensuring that when we have a situation like this, maybe a phone call would have done it. Maybe just if someone recognized that there is a parent and they're not going to be able to read all this stuff that we're sending home, all this stuff that we're putting online, even though they personally have adaptive materials, but it's not being sent by the school, that maybe it's just we need to take time out and someone from the school just pick up the phone and call and verbally communicate with the parent.
What is it? Madam Chair, if I may, also to address Senator Pickard's concern, is the CARES Act had a lot of dollars in it for students who were going to have things that are outside the norm. So I would incentivize the Department of Education to look at some of the CARES Act fund that they're receiving to see if there's something that can be done for these parents through that. If it's tied strictly to the distance learning, I believe there might be funding available for that. And that is outside of the budget process, so we don't actually have any control of it. But within the budget process, if the Department of Education did need to find funding for something, nothing would stop them from coming to us with a work program to discuss the need that these parents and or students have and talk about funding that might be needed. So there's a number of different options when it comes to that. And we do want to make sure we do not leave students behind because of a disability.
Mm-hmm.
And Madam Chair, I completely support that idea. I was just, when Senator Woodhouse started with talking about how many of these things have a fiscal impact, this was one that I thought we'd be talking about. So that's why I raised the question. But we just got the answer, so I appreciate that.
Right, certainly. And it was a great answer as well, while we still have the ability to utilize those dollars. So with that,
Madam Chair, I just had a quick question.
Yes.
So, and I am 100% in support of that as well. I just was wondering if I'm interpreting this correctly. Is it just as needed in each district? So for example, if you have a smaller district that doesn't have students or parents in that population, they wouldn't, be mandated to have all of these options available if nobody's utilizing them?
A great question. Again, first, this isn't a mandate, it's a letter to consider. So sure. I think that's exactly how it could work. And that's why the boards would have the ability to determine how it works for their districts. So again, maybe it's not necessarily providing it in every adaptive form, but we do need to be aware of our parental situations. And so this is information that the school districts would already have. So just to be cognizant of it. So it's like, if we know these are some of our family situations, then we need to act per situation on that. So no, it's not, it's certainly, if we have a smaller school district where they may not have parents that, that are qualified under this, that not requiring them to, but of course, if they do have parents, it's just about responding to those parent needs and making sure that we're serving all of their parents. Because again, when we're talking about focusing on kids and helping kids, we do that by helping everybody else that's in that village for that child. So we want to make sure parents are, getting everything they need to support during this virtual time.
And couldn't agree more. Just thanks for, I just had that clarifying question. Thanks.
You're welcome. With that, we already have our motions. Ms. Richard, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Yes.
Senator Pickard.
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you move us to our next agenda item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm for the record. That takes us to item E1 on page 6. And the proposal is to include a statement in the committee's final report supporting any upcoming legislation or other efforts that, one, establish a coordinated curriculum for robotics programs, and two, better leverage for CTE funding to be more effective.
Any discussion? Again, this is just a statement of support.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Woodhouse?
I love this one. I would just suggest that we amend into it dual enrollment and dual credit programs.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I would second that.
Okay. So do we have a motion on an amended motion?
I will so move that with the amendment. Well, first of all, to approve E1 and to amend in dual enrollment and dual credit programs.
Do we have a second? Okay, so a motion by Senator Woodhouse and a second by Assemblywoman Tolles. Any further discussion? Ms. Richard, roll call vote.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And that motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you move us to the next item?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Item F1 proposes to include a statement in the committee's final report acknowledging the recommendations included in the anti-bullying, cyberbullying, and discriminatory harassment working groups report.
Thank you for that. And again, this one, if you recall, the anti-bullying and discriminatory harassment working group, they presented at the last meeting. They also had recommendations, and honestly, the recommendations that they came forward with, if you had a chance to actually read the report, was so extensive and so robust. It just, the time to actually go through and process every single, all the recommendations based on the limited time with the interim committee right now, that it was decided that it was better to move forward, to move this toward regular session when, again, the committees have the time to really analyze and go over the extremely robust suggestions and multiple suggestions that were made. But that being said, we didn't want to go without acknowledging the amazing work that the actual working group did. So we would like to have basically, again, a statement of acknowledgement that, for all of the recommendations that work group did, because they were all about protections for the children. But again, it's so robust for interim, but just dozens and dozens of protections and everything to make, again, our learning environments what they should be for kids, which is, reducing bullying, especially cyberbullying, and any other discriminatory practices. So any comments or questions on that one?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion by Assemblywoman Tolles, a second.
Second.
Was that Senator Pickard?
Yes.
Okay, second by Senator Pickard. Any further questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Richard, roll call vote.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you take us to our next item?
Yes, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. The next item is F2, which proposes to send a letter to Nevada's Department of Education, the State Public Charter School Authority, and the superintendents of each school district requesting they ensure teachers and staff are provided with informational resources to assist in recognizing mental health disorders and in making appropriate referrals to assist fellow teachers, pupils, and staff with their own mental health needs. The recommendation would also include a statement in the committee's final report encouraging information to be provided to school personnel.
Thank you. Any questions or further discussion?
Madam Chair, I have just a couple of things on this one. Thank you. So I had a question from a superintendent regarding this one and a couple other comments in regards to if this, who would be compiling this list of resources and, you know, essentially the implementation of this, making sure we're not adding an unfunded mandate or some additional burdens to be able to complete this. And one of the comments that came back is that, you know, our superintendents, our districts already do on an annual basis provide information on employee assistance programs for staff and teacher mental health. And so, first of all, extremely important, not only for our teachers, our staff, now and always, but particularly right now. And then also that training piece for identifying and providing resources to students. And so I just happened to pull back the SB 89, which was, if you recall, the bill that we passed in 2019, that was the result of the work of the School Safety Task Force, which I was the vice chair of. And I found in section 7.5 that we directed, as a result of SB 89, that each school had designated a school safety specialist for every school and for every charter school. And I know you don't have this bill in front of you, but we added under the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning from NRS 388.1323 that the school safety specialist, with the training from the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning, would ensure that each school district or school employee who interacts directly with pupils as part of his or her job duties receives information concerning mental health services available in the school district or charter school, and persons to contact if a pupil needs such services, that they are to ensure the provision to school employees and pupils of appropriate training concerning mental health, emergency procedures, including without, pursuant to NRS 388.243, and then other matters related to school safety and security. And then it goes on from there. So I just wanted to make sure that I answered those questions in regards to concerns about whether or not this was an unfunded mandate and who would be providing those resources to direct it back to, from what I understand from what we passed out of SB 89, that it's the school of, the Department of Safe and Respectful Learning that would help with compiling. And then at the regional school level, it's that school safety specialist who should already be compiling that information to make that available. And so I thought that might help inform our discussion. It sounds essentially, so I'm supportive of this because it sounds essentially like we already have that in place. And maybe if we need to, make that clearer in this measure, that would just be my advisement on this particular issue.
And Assemblywoman Toles, I mean, first of all, it's not a mandate of any sort. And again, the recommendation coming from the Alliance on Mental Illness and Public Policy and Advocacy, I recognize the work that's already been done and what is being done in certain districts or certain schools, and certainly by the counselors and social workers and such in school, making sure that they have, all of the resources available to share with students and parents. But also, when we get a request from like this, then again, it's the impression that either it's not happening everywhere or it's not happening as effectively as it could. So again, without Mr. Williams being here to speak on his behalf, I think that that's how I'm viewing this. And again, it's also in situations where these things are already happening and happening at a very effective or sophisticated level, then again, the idea is that it can continue to go on. However, in situations, whether it's a particular school or a district, again, it's a reminder of what should be happening. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Senator Woodhouse?
Thank you. I have a suggestion. You know, we do have, as we have indicated earlier, we've got a lot of letters going out, which is going to be taking a lot of time from our staff to be preparing all of these. I know we all support this one. So may I suggest that we delete the 2 first lines about the letters, and let's put the meat of this into our report following the end of our work, our committee's final report.
Okay. Thank you for that, Senator Woodhouse. Any other discussion?
And I'm happy to make a motion for that.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering if we should specifically mention the school safety specialists and this safe and respectful learning as being part of who we are directing this information to and from. Or we could just leave it just as is because it's baked into the system, but I just.
Right. And because without Mr. Williams being here, okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I moved what I said earlier. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Senator Woodhouse and a second by Assemblywoman Tolles. Any further discussion?
Senator Dennis. So
yeah.
Basically, we're just we're going to take that last sentence where it says also include a statement in the committee's final report and basically make that the first sentence and just take out not also include, but just to include a statement in the committee's final report encouraging information. Right? Is that?
I think that's a functional way to handle it.
Yes, I wanted to delete the letters and get it in the final report because we all support that.
Ms. Richards, roll call vote.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller,
Yes.
and Assemblywoman Carlton. I did not catch her. She may have
stepped away
for a moment. Okay.
With that, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you move us to the next agenda item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Next item is F3, which proposes to send a letter to Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means committees of the 81st legislative session to prioritize funding for school safety and student well-being initiatives and programs once funding is available.
Okay, and I believe that this one would also be appropriate to be a statement in the report, knowing that we do support school safety and student well-being initiatives, which also includes mental health initiatives and programs. Any further discussion?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the motion.
Senator Dennis.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Dennis and a second by Assemblywoman Toles.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, Ms. Richard, roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Toles,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. And we are now going to move past the homeless youth item and move on to the next item. Ms. Sturm?
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. This brings us to F5, which proposes to send a letter notifying the superintendents of Nevada's 2 largest school districts that it had come to the committee's attention that certain requirements regarding the Handle with Care program, as established pursuant to NRS 388.14538, have not been implemented in a timely manner, and that the committee is urging both school districts to fulfill those requirements as soon as possible.
So the Handle with Care program, if everyone recalls, this was the program that when students are in trauma or experience a traumatic event, because it can also be situational, while all of that information is not shared with the classroom teachers. Sometimes counselors are aware of things that they're not sharing, obviously, with other staff, or social workers are aware of things that they're not sharing with other staff within the building. But again, whether it's a continual trauma or a situational event, that this would be a notification that classroom teachers would get that doesn't necessarily reveal what happened, but just that something happened, and basically like a Handle with Care, that if that Handle with Care flag came, that then everyone would be aware that of a kind of the grace and sensitivity and flexibility and enhanced observation even that should be exercised for this particular child. And so based on the magnitude and importance of this issue to help the students, that it hadn't been implemented as of yet. And I hear the idea that, you know, with COVID coming in and how it basically shift direction for everyone involved in many aspects. But again, if we're looking at when the schools physically closed in March, it was March 13th. So just knowing that that could have been information that would have been appreciated and information that really could have helped our students along the way had it been implemented sooner. So again, this is something that shouldn't be just forgotten, nor is it something that I think is just applies to physical school. I think it also certainly applies to virtual education, especially now more than ever, when we know that so many of our students and parents are going through so many additional stresses that are actually brought on from COVID and our current situations. So this would again just be asking and urging, you know, just the seriousness and urgency to implement this program. With that being said, do we have any further questions or discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
This is Assemblywoman Gorlow. I'll motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Motion by Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Second.
And a second by Vice Chair Dennis. Any further discussion? Okay, Miss Richard, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that being said, the motion passes. Ms. Sturm, can you move us to the next item?
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm for the record. This takes us to G1 on page 7, which recommends to propose legislation to allow the temporary pause of certain assessments required under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act to the extent granted by the federal government. Further, the proposal would require the limitation of state-specific exams by the Department of Ed through regulation. This recommendation also includes sending a letter to the Department of Education, Nevada's Department of Education, to request that the department immediately seek a temporary pause of the federal requirement to administer student assessments under ESSA.
Okay, and with this one, this is again another interesting, and it's kind of like a twofold concept happening here. I just, want to make sure. And so the first one is it goes without saying that the awareness that the requirements to conduct testing under ESSA is actually contingent upon what the federal government does. And so they're just like in the last quarter where the Department of Education requested a waiver from that specific test, which in this case is specifically SBAC. That waiver was granted by the feds. And of course, if it's not granted by the feds, then we are in jeopardy of losing funding. So that's not something that we're asking to go outside of that, but just that, again, the considerations because of our virtual and hybrid schooling, the consideration would be to pause to ask the department to put in a request to have it paused. And again, I know there's a question of other testing and stuff, and all of those other testing and measurements are still in place and being administered. So that's the one part of this, is sending a letter asking that the department request that. And I know I've had prior discussions with the superintendent about that. What's interesting about this, and I'm going to have Asher explain this, is that unbeknownst to any of us, that in the last quarter, when the application, when the waiver was requested and when the Department of Ed granted that waiver, that we were actually out of compliance with some of our own state laws. And so, Mr. Killian, can you explain the technicality and kind of the challenge there with where we are now?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. And so the general idea there is that there's, as part of ESSA, there is a federal requirement that pupil achievement be tested and reported as a condition of receiving federal funding. And then as a matter of state law, to implement that requirement, we have a state law requirement that there be a uniform system of testing in certain subjects across all grades, effectively to satisfy the federal law requirement. And so a request for a waiver of the federal requirement would only waive that federal law requirement. The requirement would still exist under state law to administer the same tests, even if federal law doesn't require it. So my understanding of this item on the work session would be to effectively align the state law requirement with the status of the federal law requirement. So if the federal government were to waive the requirement, the relevant provision of Nevada state law would also be waived for the same period of time.
And So the way it was also explained, or my understanding is, even if going forward, the request isn't I'm just going to speak in future terms. So in future terms, if there's never another request and never another waiver granted, are we still out of compliance from last school year quarter because of the assumption that that it's okay because the feds waived it? Are we still out of compliance with our own state law?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Technically, yes, NRS 390-105 still requires the examinations to be given regardless of whether the federal requirement has been waived. So technically, if a federal waiver was given and the tests weren't administered, then NRS 390-105 would not have been complied with unless the legislature takes some action to either retroactively waive the provisions of 390-105 or to proactively tie the provisions of 390-105 to the status of federal law.
And also technically going forward, it would enable any type of, when we're in these catastrophic situations, that if it were to happen again, that the state would then be in compliance with its own state law.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, that's my understanding of what the request would be on item G1 of the work session.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any additional questions or comments on that?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. So thank you. I think that if it were written in a way that were to say that if there are federal,
yeah, I'm sure, Mr.
Right. Yeah, if we could maybe rewrite that essentially, if there's a federal waiver on assessments that, we are giving temporary permission for there to be also a matching state waiver. I think that would change the comfort level of, myself and perhaps some others that we heard objections to in public comments. And maybe I'd like to ask if the districts and NDE are available for comment on that. I'd like to hear that from them directly. If there's a way that the way that you just explained it is different than how I originally read it. And I think what also added to the concern there is that in attachment C, there is an actual proposal to change the language that very specifically says to remove SBAC and to remove the end of course exams. And I know for certain I would not be supportive of that. And so if we could just hear a proposal on how this could be rewritten and then hear from the districts and the NDE if they'd be comfortable with that. Right. Now that we've redefined what this measure is actually trying to do.
Yeah, and certainly I just want to address the issue that when we're looking at those documents, it's my understanding that LCB included all the documents that were sent to them when a request was sent, but that doesn't mean that everything in those documents are intended to be included in certain items, because as written, it just says a temporary pause, which would just be this 1 year, not, so again, those were the supporting documents either per presentation or per when they submitted the request. But we have Superintendent Ebert here, and so I'm gonna let her speak first, because I see that you were kind of scooching toward the camera. So Superintendent Ebert, did you have something to share?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's just links all together, the whole conversation about the pandemic and how quickly things move. And so what transpired first was actually that the U.S. Department of Education made the allowance to submit a waiver. And literally, I think Nevada was the first, but we were right there because it's something that we knew needed to happen given the context of the pandemic. So we did submit the waiver. It was approved just as quickly, and we're thankful for that. And that was specifically for the federal assessments. And that's our 3A English Language Arts and mathematics. as well as any components that were linked to the accountability system, we were allowed to submit a waiver for this school year. Moving into the future and this school year that we're in currently, the 2021 school year, we have had conversations, as the chair noted. I did speak directly with Secretary DeVos about the possibility for this school year. There were many conversations across the nation in regard publicly out there in the public on how can you administer these assessments given the pandemic when children are at home and the test performance came into question. The Secretary, the U.S. Department of Education, actually put out a letter just on September 3rd that said everyone needs to prepare and fully expect. She has no intention of allowing waivers for this year. We also know that in November, there is an election. So things may still continue to shift, or someone may make a determination to change their mind. So those are all moving parts. At this point in time, we have been informed by the U.S. Department of Education that there will be no waiver process for the 2021 school year, as there was for the 1920 school year. As in regard to the state law, the governor on March 20th did put into place under his authority to waive, and I apologize, Mr. Killian, if there's a more technical term that I'm supposed to be using, but to make sure that we were in alignment with our own state law. So the governor did already take into consideration. So for this last year that we were in compliance, not only with the federal law, having the waiver, but also with our own state laws. And that was covered in Directive 005.
And so will, Mr. Killian, could you respond to that? Because again, making sure that the statute is always, appropriate for any situation. But also, I think the difference is that if it was done by proclamation, that would be temporary, if that's my understanding, as opposed to just continually in statute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. And I'm glad the superintendent mentioned that, because I was maybe a little imprecise in my answer. I was answering for the current school year and going forward as to whether we would be in compliance with state law or not. The governor did issue an emergency directive that put us in compliance for the past school year. And I believe what the subject was that the committee was considering in item G1 was considering on a going forward basis a mechanism in the statute to allow for federal waivers to be reflected as also waivers under state law without requiring kind of that same emergency extraordinary process that was needed for the previous school year.
And also, Superintendent Ebert, I would also like to mention that thank you for bringing everyone up to date publicly on where it stands right now with the Department of Education working within the states. Because again, I know from our discussions that this was something that you and the department are very cognizant of our current situations on, but of course, we must follow whatever the federal government is in terms of this. Any other additional questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if we may, I'd still like to hear from the districts, just if that makes them more comfortable, since I believe we heard testimony that there was opposition to this part.
Which districts do we have available?
Madam Chair, this is Lindsay Anderson from the Washoe County School District.
Okay.
I think after hearing the discussion, I feel more comfortable. I think I was the one who expressed concern, particularly addressing the attachment that appeared to prohibit the Smarter Balanced Assessment I don't know. I don't have that much more to say. I appreciated Superintendent Ebert's explanation about where we are. Feels like we're in an okay place. We don't want to do anything to jeopardize our federal funding, which sounds like we won't. So I guess I'm just not sure if the legislation is necessary at this point, but I don't have the same opposition to the part about the smarter balanced assessment.
Thank you for that. Is Dr. Brzezinski or Dr. CCSD available? Dr. Keating?
Madam Chair, this is Mary Brzezinski, and I think that Lindsay Anderson has already expressed. I haven't surveyed the other 15 rural districts, but I appreciate the comments and I can support what she has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Keating?
Good afternoon, Brad Keating for the record. I would agree with what both Lindsay and Mary said, and we would have no issues moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, I still support and believe there is a need for us to bring our to make sure that our statutes are always in compliance. And so, Mr. Killian, that's what I'm asking, is that for this legislation, would it be beneficial for the state to act on this now in light of what we've learned, what we've experienced, to just have that ability there within statute moving forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. I believe if the committee were to move forward with that portion of the concept, the idea that NRS 390-105, which is the state law implementing the federal law's testing requirements, that it would, during any period that a federal waiver is granted, also be waived for the same period of time. I think that could be a benefit to the state, and that it wouldn't require us to go through the same extraordinary emergency directive process that isn't reflected in statute. When issues like this occur in the future, it would give a cleaner way to know what the law is at any given time. Of course, the policy side of that is more an issue for the committee, but in terms of being transparent about what the law is and what is effective at any point in time, that would be a more transparent process.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I will support this today. I think that that's helped answer some of my concerns. Of course, we'll be looking to see whatever that final language is, if and when we get there, and do hear the questions and concerns about. There's a lot of moving parts as to whether or not we may still be in the position by next spring that we will need this. There's a lot of different directions this whole circumstance might take, but I think overall the general principle that I'm taking away from is that we will provide a mechanism where if there are waivers at the federal level, we have the authorization to statutorily also provide waivers at the state level. I feel much more comfortable with that. So I appreciate you indulging this discussion, and I will be supporting it based on that, and looking forward to seeing the language.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Tolles. And I think that Superintendent Ebert, again, as you talk about the moving parts, that becomes a separate issue that will be responded to as we keep moving forward. So with that, the modification would be to take out the request for the waiver, because that's already have been and will be continued to be addressed as our superintendent works with the Department of Ed, but to do what's necessary in statute. Do we have a motion? Is there a motion?
Okay, this is Senator Dennis. I was going to make a motion that we do what you just said to keep everything, but take out the temporary waiver part, because that wouldn't be needed. Right.
Okay. And do we have a second?
I will second. This is Assemblywoman Michelle Gorlo.
Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Dennis and a second by Assemblywoman Gorlo. Any further discussion? Ms. Richards, roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify really quickly the motion on the table as I heard it for the record. So the intent would be to propose legislation to allow the temporary pause of certain assessments required under ESSA to the extent granted by the federal government, and further require the limitation of state-specific exams by NDE through regulation.
I think the modification was to remove the first part, but to allow, and Mr. Killian can help us with that exact language, but to allow whatever needs to be adjusted in statute so that we maintain in compliance without, as he put it, the extraordinary measures that are necessary if we ever come into this situation again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So my understanding of the motion would be that it would be to propose legislation to provide that certain assessments required under both the federal Every Student Succeeds Act and state law, when a waiver is granted by the federal government, that a corresponding waiver would be allowed under state law. And if that was my understanding of the committee's discussion and where the motion was going, and if that's not correct, it would definitely be helpful to us to clarify.
Madam Chair, that's what I thought we were talking about. So I would agree that, we're looking for the ability here for the governor not to have to declare an emergency regulation should a waiver come from the federal government. I think that's what we're getting to here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that clarification.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, then I'm sorry, just a clarifying question. So the NDE regulation portion, that goes away, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, a roll call vote, please, Ms. Richard.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Oh, Assemblywoman Carlton needed to step away for a moment. So she'll return when she's able.
Assemblywoman Gorlo,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And the motion passes. With that, if we could move forward to the next item on the agenda, please.
Madam Chair, we are now at G2, and items G2 and G3 relate to each other. So we'll start with the first one here, G2, which recommends to propose legislation to require the Department of Ed to review the educational value of assessments, costs of assessments, and redundancy in similar information being measured by different assessments. The proposal would also require the Department of Education to adopt by regulation appropriate limitations on assessments, including but not limited to the actual instructional time lost by students due to the administration of certain assessments and the number of tests administered. If a school district wants to exceed the recommended limits, the school district must then request a waiver from the State Board of Education to exceed such limits.
And this is one that really sprouted from a seed that Senator Woodhouse passed with the bill in 2017, which at that point, the initial legislation required an inventory of all the standardized assessments that students are administered. And when that first report came back, it kind of revealed multiple different things were happening. That report came back on what the state and federal government was requiring. And even during this committee, we've discussed extensively that there are so many tests in addition to what the state and federal government is requiring. And even in the last meeting where it was expressed that, you know, in addition to the state and the feds, that school districts have the ability to apply more assessments on students. And then even the question about, even at the school district level, because there's additional tests that are happening, that even at that point, individual schools and principals are able to apply more additional testing. So we have schools that may apply additional testing on top of what the school requires, schools applying additional to what the state and federal government require. And again, this is an issue that when we're looking at how it impacts our students, the excessive amount of testing, you know, we hear continual reports from parents about parents' concern about the excessive amount of testing and the impact that it has on their children when it comes to their anxiety levels. We hear this from educators as well. And in some cases, we hear it from students as well. And so this isn't taking away the need to get measurements and assessments, but looking at how much are we actually giving. And I know even in this virtual world, in this hybrid world, that we've had kindergarten students already, you know, going through testing in this virtual world as well. So what this would actually do is it would provide NDE with the ability to actually review these additional assessments that are happening, because currently the ones that the state and fed require are in statute, but for them to just basically review any of these other unregulated testing by the districts and schools, and basically be able to, based on some decision making, that there's some that is included in here. Again, make decisions on if those tests to move forward with additional testing, because again, when we're considering, and I know in this committee, it was also extensively discussed that there's never really a great way to get a handle on how often and how long some of these tests take. There was the discrepancy between what the test prescribes it takes and then what students and educators say it actually take. And so if we're considering the amount of time that students are taking tests, if we consider what those tests are measuring, and if there's redundancy between the data that these tests are capturing, and so it would just give the department the ability to review any of these additional tests and proceed with whether or not those additional tests, in addition to what the state and feds require, are something that are necessary. And again, you know, this is also an issue that, you know, parents and students alike stress a lot of anxiety and concern with.
Madam Chair?
Is that Senator Woodhouse?
Yes.
Okay.
You knew I was going to speak on this one.
As you should. That's why Senator Woodhouse started this. Yes.
Yes, I did. I started it back in 2017, and it took us a long time to get some answers through the study that we did. And as the chair indicated, there's still a lot of questions around this issue. So I understand it being on our agenda again today, but I do have to put on the record that this is going to bring about a cost in staff time for the Nevada Department of Education, as well as probably some additional costs. So when and if the bill moves forward, you're going to have a fiscal note attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is a fair a fair consideration. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, with that being said, do we have a motion? A motion to move forward?
Make a motion.
Vice Chair Dennis made a motion to move forward. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Senator Woodhouse. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Dennis. We have a second by Senator Woodhouse. Any further discussion? Ms. Richard, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Motion passes. With that, if we could move to the next agenda item, please.
Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Item G3 proposes to send a letter to the Department of Education to request a presentation to the Senate and Assembly Committees on Education during the first week of the 81st legislative session regarding the department's conclusions on limiting testing, including factoring in maximum classroom time, taking into account the time it takes to administer the assessment, along with the cost of those assessments and the impact on student well-being.
And with this one, it's also, obviously, this would be something that the department would be handling, but that the committees would like a presentation in the beginning, as well as, and specifically focusing on, you know, the actual impact that this has on students, whether it's anxiety levels or even apathy that is sometimes seen, but just really how this is the amount of testing, how it actually is impacting the student. So this would just be a letter requesting that, which supports what the previous feeds into the previous agenda item. So is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair?
Senator Dondero Loop?
Yeah. Yes, I think, I'm not sure. I guess once again, I'm hesitant because of the staffing and the funding. I think we know some of the impacts. We've heard it over time in testimony. I'm just not sure that we need to set the agenda for the future Assembly and Senate education chairs.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Tolles?
Mm-hmm.
And I actually was going to make that same comment, that I think similar to the discussion that we had earlier about setting the agenda for hearing on distance learning, I would put this under the same category, that I would leave it to the future chairs to determine that agenda. Certainly see the value in having these discussions, but want to put my faith in the chairs to set those agendas as appropriate. Don't feel that it's necessary to write a letter.
Okay, any further discussion or questions?
Senator Dennis, I can see this a little differently in that because of the nature of how we meet every other year. Sometimes if we wait till session to decide to get this information, it's too late to have a discussion about it. And so by requesting that it be there, the chairs of each committee still has the opportunity to decide whether they want to do anything with it. But they at least have the information available to them, so that if they want to do something that session, they still have time to do a bill if it's necessary.
Chair Miller?
Senator Dondero Loop?
I guess I'd push back on that just a little bit because that's why we have interim committees. And it is September, almost October 1st right now. And the chairs of those committees will be decided and they'll immediately get to get busy on their agendas. But once again, for us to decide on those agendas, the chairs get to set those agendas.
And I think that's fine because we know that in the beginning of every session, there's always many presentations that happen from many different agencies and departments to all the multiple different types of committees that there are. So I think that's fine and we can move forward on this item without any further action. Ms. Sturm, if you can take us to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is G4, which proposes to send a letter notifying the Department of Ed and the superintendents of each school district that the requirement to offer certain assessments in any language in which the assessments are published pursuant to NRS 390.105 as amended by Assembly Bill 219 have not been implemented in a timely manner, and that the committee is urging the entities to fulfill those requirements as soon as possible.
Thank you. And again, this went back to legislation that was passed previously that would allow SBAC to be provided in the 11 core languages that's available. And so again, the importance of how important it is for students to be have that available to them to test in their primary language, especially for our students who are new to our state and new to English as they're learning. That doesn't mean that they don't have the skills and the abilities that could be demonstrated if they were tested in their language. So this was already passed in the last session. And again, I recognize that when we think about COVID and how that threw everything off, but SBAC testing had actually begun. The window had already opened when the schools were physically closed because of the pandemic. And so at this point, this would have been something that would have already had to have been in place. And we know that we did have the district's report on this, and there were some different thoughts about why it didn't happen. But just moving forward to ensure that students, that this is available to students so that they can demonstrate, they have the best possible resources to demonstrate themselves what they actually know and what they can do. So again, it's just a letter, again, just as a reminder that this was put into place and that this is something that we need for our students. And ultimately it helps everyone, including our entire state, because students as being tested in their primary language, the anticipation is we'll perform better and actually raise our scores. So that's the basis behind this one. Is there—
Madam Chair, I have a thought, if I may.
Who was that? Assemblywoman Tolles?
Assemblywoman Tolles, yes, thank you. And I really appreciated hearing from our superintendent on just the analogy of it's like being in the middle of fighting a huge fire. And I just want to acknowledge how hard they've had to work and running in so many different directions in the midst of such untenable circumstances. And I wondered if perhaps a way to rephrase this would be to put a statement in support that when we do come back to in-person assessments, that we still want to make sure that this is being implemented at the time that we're back into in-person assessments, because we were having all these conversations about waivers on assessments and so on and so forth. But it's important that we're speaking to the need to make sure that it's available in those languages so that it's accessible to all students. Could we just change this to a statement of support that when we go back to those in-person assessments, that we reiterate the importance that these are met in each of their languages?
Well, I think the one thing we have to consider is that this is not specific to whether the assessments are administered in person or virtually, because we have to go with right now with the reality is that the SBAC assessment will happen. And so if the SBAC, even if the SBAC assessment happens at home, the ability to offer it in different languages, that was something that's available through SBAC. That's not something that necessarily the district provides additionally. That's those are already available through SBAC. So again, we have to plan on where we are now, and regardless, the SBAC, if we're still in a situation where school districts are virtual or hybrid, the SBAC would then be administered at home. I know there's assessments right now going on that are being administered at home. So again, because those resources are available through SBAC, I think we need to keep it with that to ensure that just as soon as possible, which at this point would be March, that we're providing that.
Chair Miller?
Senator Dondera-Luke?
Yes, I think that some of this is in process, and I could be wrong, but could the NDE weigh in where we are in the process? Because if I remember correctly, there was an RFP or something, or a review.
And something, and the districts, their responses as well. Sure, Superintendent Ebert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Joan Ebert, State Superintendent of Public Instruction. With the 219 specifically, as it was passed during the session, there were several components to that. One of them was analyzing English language learner academic achievement data and identifying the 30th percentile of students and having those schools actually do corrective action plans, which they did at the elementary, middle, and high school level. We also conducted support sessions for 219 for the LEAs. There were 4 of them. Also, the LEA submitted their requirements for all of the work in 219. 152 schools were identified for those corrective action plans. In relationship to 219 and having the assessments be provided in multiple languages when they're made available. I'll take, for instance, ACT. ACT is not available in any other language except for English. At the elementary level with SBAC, grades 3 through 8, we actually are in the process of looking, I think what Senator Dondera-Luke was speaking about is we have to do competitive bids for all of these assessments. So we're actually in the process of bidding out the 3/8, which we had the field help us build. Right now, SBAC only has Spanish available in ELA and math, and we're hoping that as those other assessments and responses come in, they'll be in multiple languages, but that is still yet to be determined. And I think also too will be part of another agenda item. There was a fiscal note on 219 that was not removed, that this was a mandate without additional funds.
Okay, and certainly in the spirit of the original bill that was passed, it wasn't, I see the language here as it's written to offer certain assessments, but I think it would only pertain to the actual assessments as described by legislation, but also what, as you said, those that offered. And I know SBAC was one specifically during those hearings that was offered. And so, again, the importance of making sure that our students have this opportunity. And I feel that had schools not been closed in March, physically closed, and had the state not been granted a waiver, that students would have been taking those tests. However, they wouldn't have the resources to do it in their additional languages. And when you mentioned Spanish, you said SBAC is available in Spanish. Are students able to access and take it in Spanish right now?
The SBAC, no, they are not.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion?
So Chair, I would move to amend and approve a statement of support urging the entities to fulfill these requirements as soon as possible.
I'm actually would still like to see it in letter form. Further discussion? Senator Pickard?
Oh, I just seconded the motion. I think that's probably the right way to do this.
Which way, the letter or the statement?
My understanding is the motion on the floor is for the statement.
Right, but I was, I hadn't technically asked for a motion, so I was actually still in comment. Is there any further discussion or
Can I ask
comment?
a question? Hi, it's Assemblywoman Carlton. Could I ask a clarifying question? I lost you guys for a few minutes and I'm back. So was it my understanding when I heard the superintendent speak that there's already an RFP out on this? I mean, it's already on its way down the road. Is that correct?
Senate, Superintendent Ebert?
Thank you. Sorry. There is an RFP for our read by grade 3 K3 assessment. SBAC will be coming, but SBAC today, no, there is not a current RFP. But for our K3, there is maps currently.
Just K3 and maps? Senator Ebert, is that just K3 and maps?
Yes, K3 is currently, MAPS is the assessment that's used statewide for grades K3. That one is out for RFP currently.
Okay, for the annual, not for, because I know MAPS is offered in multiple grades. So that's, you're saying when MAPS is used for the annual, it will be offered in multiple languages as opposed to when it's just used as interim. Is that correct?
So MAPS, yeah, so at the state level, it is a formative tool used for the Read by Grade 3 program. So it's just K3. School districts across our state use it for grades out to grade 10. But for what we're talking about at the state level, K3, Read by Grade 3 program, formative assessment, which is 3 times a year, that is currently out for RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Madam Chair, could I follow up real briefly with Superintendent Ebert?
Yes, please.
Times it takes like 6 to 9 months to put this stuff out on the street. So if this was passed in 19, it's been a little over a year, but we also know what happened at the end of last school year. So where are we as far as in the continuum of this going out? I mean, I don't want to say telling you to do something that you're in the process of doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The RFP actually went out and closed. So we are in the process of reviewing. We had actually started this because you're exactly right. This is a long time frame. It takes multiple years to shift assessments. And so it is already closed and it is here in the department currently being reviewed. We will make a determination of the assessment. This spring is when the final will come in. What transpires though is that we would make a determination statewide. We would then train during the 2020, so that would be spring of 21, make the selection. We'd provide professional development and support for teachers to make the shift during the 21-22 school year. So it wouldn't be fully implemented till the 22-23 school year.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I remember the timeframes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Miller?
Yes, Senator.
I actually think after hearing the clarification from our superintendent, I think the statement is all that is needed. It lessens one letter. It allows us to make sure that we still give the recommendation. And since the process is already being implemented, which this says in a timely manner, and since it's already being implemented in that timely manner, I think the statement would be okay. So I would support a statement.
Okay, and I just want to mention that we're actually at 6 letters, so it's not as excessive as it seems. But is there and I most certainly wish we could offer the services to our kids before then, but I appreciate the process and how lengthy it is. That being said, is there a motion on the floor?
Point of order, Madam Chair, there is a motion on the floor and the second. So how do we proceed from here?
Assemblywoman Toles, the chair did not accept that motion. She is now requesting a motion, so now would be the time to make that motion.
Thank you. And that was my question: is what was the right order of events here? So I would move that we have a statement that urging the entities to fulfill those requirements.
Is there a second?
I'll second it again.
Okay, so we have a motion by Assemblywoman Toles and a second by Senator Pickard. Any further discussion? Ms. Richard, the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Toles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. The motion passes. Ms. Sturm, please take us to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm for the record. This takes us to H1 on page 8, which proposes legislation to revise NRS 388A 518 and any other relevant statutes to modify licensing and other qualifications for certain personnel employed by a charter school, including requiring charter schools to employ licensed teachers. Any person currently teaching in a charter school who would not meet these proposed qualifications would be allowed to continue teaching for up to 5 years while obtaining the necessary qualifications.
Thank you for that. And I know that some concerns again about just making sure that people were clarified on what the intention of this was, is that this is one separate from what is considered a B&I licensure. So a B&I licensure is something that if you're a plumber or a drafter or someone within the skilled trades, or even if it's dance or music, something like that, that there are separate licenses that individuals can get to teach under their experience and skill. But again, that electrician would be coming in to just teach specifically that subject. That being said, again, we know that the work that the Charter School Authority has been putting in to really tighten up and improve everything that's happening. This would be to ensure that they, and from what I understand, it only impacts, I think it's either 36 or 39 individuals right now in the state, but that they all going forward have a license if they're teaching in a core academic subject. And of course, we know that a substitute license is in fact still an individual who's licensed with the state. I know also that it was recommended that to follow the recommendations, because again, there were 2 submissions on this one, but that to follow, because the Charter School Authority is actually the entity that along with their other growth model and stuff that will be monitoring and managing this, that to follow their recommendations specifically, because this is something that specifically would be more appropriate as it's specific to them. So questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly support this one. I think you're being very generous with the 5 years and all the board work that I've done in the past when we allow people to be grandfathered in. We usually don't give them quite this much time. We analyze how many courses we think they might need, figure out what the cost might be, if those courses are available, and usually come up with a 2 to 3 year time frame, keeping in mind that in those 5 years, a number of children are going to be impacted. So we want to make sure we have, the most qualified teacher standing in front of every child in the state. So I think you're being very generous with the 5 years. So I would wholeheartedly support this moving forward.
Thank you. And again, thank you for that, Assemblywoman Carlton. As we were discussing it, we know it's generous. We also don't want to impact people,
The last thing we want to do is lose a teacher. So we want to give them every opportunity to succeed. So I understand.
Thank you for articulating that. I appreciate it. That being said, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I will approval of H1.
And second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Senator Woodhouse and a second by Assemblywoman Carlton. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I just have a question, Assemblywoman Tolles. Just to clarify that what we are approving is H1 with the direction of attachment F from the Charter School Authority. That just wanted to reiterate, that's what I heard you say.
Yes, and that's a good clarification, yes. And I will, just for a point of technicality, Assemblywoman Carlton, as you were the one who made that motion, does that fit with the motion you made?
Yeah, Senator Woodhouse made the motion, so I'll defer to her, but whatever she does, I'm the seconder, I'll stick with her.
Okay, Senator Woodhouse?
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Richard, a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
No.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. With that, that motion passes. And if we could move forward to the next agenda item.
Madam Chair, that brings us to H2, which proposes legislation to require governing bodies of each charter school in Nevada that contracts with an educational management organization to report to the Charter School Authority by November 1st of each even-numbered year on the amount paid to the management organization.
Okay. And with this one, we know that there were some recent events that happened nationally, and I understand it impacted one of our charter schools here in Nevada, that the percentage of what the charter schools were paying to the management companies. So it seems that the national average is 12%. And yet in some states, there were charter schools that were paying up to 25% to their management companies. And again, I know that that we all agree on making sure that as much money as possible is in the classroom, provide directly in the classroom for those students, providing those resources. So one, this would, when it comes to the reporting, this would give the information to, and I know that Director Fiden's on here, so I'm going to actually ask her to respond as well, that again, for the majority of our charter schools that are already within, from what I hear from many, are actually within a 12%, which is just a good standard because it's a national average, that again, they're operating fine and within a comfortable level. However, for other instances where they're not and excessive, that this is information that the charter school authority needs. As of now, while there are individual reports and as I understand it, there are reports and reviews that the board of each charter school does, but it's not necessarily shared with the charter school authority in the same way that the other schools are. So just to provide more information to the charter school authority so that they are aware. So Director Fiden, can you elaborate on this if you're available?
Sure. This is Rebecca Fiden for the record. Madam Chair, can you confirm you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just for context, a management organization would be a company that provides a variety of services to schools, and these come in many shapes and sizes. They might include academic supports such as professional development or coaching. Oftentimes they may include what we refer to as back office supports and bundled services such as payroll, human resources, information technology, facilities maintenance, et cetera. So again, a lot of our schools have to outsource things like payroll or facilities maintenance, gardening, et cetera. EMOs and their counterpart CMO, which is a nonprofit form, are just one way to do that. Again, as you mentioned, the EMO is accountable to the governing board of the school, and that governing board ultimately holds the EMO accountable. Currently, the SPCSA looks at a number of things regarding EMOs. There are some annual revenue and expenditures reports that we see. Charter school governing boards do have to evaluate any EMOs they have on a regular basis. And then, of course, we look at our school's financial audits at the end of the fiscal year, which give us information about revenues and expenditures as well. So we do have some information. I'm happy to work with the legislature if there's additional information that you believe is important for us to be looking at or want to make sure is transparent.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Senator Pickard.
Thank you. And Director Fiden, I appreciate you being on because you can probably answer this question. I'm always a little leery about giving one data point without understanding the context. So, but what I understand you saying is they're already reporting on some of the expenses that they incur. So is there a way to marry that up with what they're paying the EMO that's providing the service? Because as I understand, when this first came up, different EMOs were providing different levels of services. And so that's why we saw the discrepancy in what payments were going in. It's not that the EMO is enriching themselves unduly, it's that they're providing more service to the charter. So is that information going along with the dollar figure that's being sent up to them, or is that out in a vacuum and not likely to be understood?
Rebecca Fiden for the record, and I will respond to your question also. Chair Miller asked about the approximate level of funding, and we see schools paying as low as about 5 to 6%, and most, in or around below the 12% threshold. We do have copies of the contracts between EMOs and their governing bodies. But if you were looking for like a synced report where that was delineated, that would take a little bit of work to kind of pull all those pieces together from multiple sources, if that were to make sense.
Yeah, and I guess that's my fear is if we're asking just for either a percentage or the dollar amount that's going to the EMO without understanding what they're getting for that, I think we might be quick to make some assumptions that were inaccurate. If say one charter was paying 25% to their EMO, but the EMO was providing services that other charters weren't getting from their EMOs, then it might be wholly appropriate to be getting 25%. We need to understand the numbers in context. Otherwise, they're just numbers and they don't really tell us anything. But certainly we're a political body and we're going to say something about what we see. So I'd like to make sure that if we're asking them to give information, it's also to give us the context so we understand it.
And Senator Pickard, I think that would include the context in it. And again, I would like to believe that, that the EMOs are not unduly, as you put it, enriching themselves, except for we know that nationally and even here in the state, there have been examples of that to the contrary. So again, making sure as much money gets to the students and as many resources. And I appreciate if you feel that, and again, 12% is just the national average. And as Director Fiden said, most of Nevada's within it. But I think it's important to also, have a standard of kind of where we as a state are comfortable with. But going forward, as you say, with the context, this enables the ability to review that context. And so if there are some extraordinary services or examples of why it's exceeding a national average, that allows the charter school authority to look at it and say, okay, but they're providing all of these extraordinary or extra additional services. If not, you can't compare it to the other charter schools and say, well, wait a minute, why is one paying 25% and these others are paying 5% and they're offering the same services? But I think that can't be reviewed without that information in that context. But I also think, as Director Fiden said, tying it together, tying everything up with the reports and the information she already has available to her. But as she said, it's labor extensive now to go through and dig through everything to respond to answer those questions.
Right, and that's kind of, you just made my case, which is if we don't invite the charters to explain what they're buying for that dollar figure, then it's just a number and it doesn't make sense because we don't understand the context, particularly since it's not particularly transparent. It would take, from what Director Fiden says, it would take some extraordinary efforts to try to cull through the information. We should be asking for all of that in a single report. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
And again, that's part of this process of today is to modify and clean up and get the language closer or, to the intent of it. So I appreciate that. Any further discussion? Okay, with that, do we have a motion on the floor?
I would move to process item H2.
A second.
Okay, we have Assemblywoman Carlton with the motion and Senator Woodhouse with the second.
Does that include the additional information about what's purchased?
Assemblywoman Carlton, were you amending it to include the more robust, extensive report as Senator Pickard wants actually more information provided from the charter schools that would provide more about the contractual relationship?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the Charter School Authority probably has the authority to go ahead and request those different pieces of information right now, and I'd be more than happy to be corrected. But in my experience in the fiscal work that I have done, I know people don't like just one data point, but sometimes that data point opens up questions about other things. So the fact that we don't have this data point right now means we're not asking those questions. So I think getting this at this time would be very helpful to fill in a couple of blanks and then move forward. I would hate to ask for something that can't be put together in a timely fashion so that we can't address the one issue that we're really trying to get to right now. So I would just support moving H2 as it is right now, knowing that Ms. Biden and the authority are doing a very good job in monitoring these charters. And if they do need other information, they should be able to get it. So I would just stick with that right now and not try to make this that overwhelming.
Okay.
Madam Chair, then with that, I think that this is just yet another opportunity that will be taken to reduce choices in schools. So I'll be a no on this.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify when I made that motion, that for the senator to assign a motive to it, I believe is inappropriate. We know what this is about. We're just trying to get the numbers. If I call Clark County School District or have a fiscal staff person call Clark County School District, I can get all the numbers that I need. I believe if charter schools are receiving state dollars, they should be held accountable too. And if this is the data point that we're going to ask for at this moment in time, I think that's exactly what we need to do. So there's no motive behind this. This is merely to get more information in a reasonable fashion.
Sorry, and I don't mean to imply any motive, just making an observation.
Okay, but we're not going to have a back and forth discussion. That being said,
Madam Chair.
Is that Vice Chair Dennis?
Yes, thank you. I didn't hear anything in our discussion. I think that doesn't say that we don't want the information. I think what we're trying to say is we don't want to create a big project that they then won't provide the information because they can't get it. I think the information is available, and I think that we've made the statement that we want to make sure that the information we get gives us data that we can actually look and analyze, and not just a number or percentage. But I think we're all in agreement with that. So with that, I can support this. I didn't hear anything that would not allow for that. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And I think going back to Assemblywoman Carlton's point, it was that Director Fiden, if things come up which seem concerning to her, that she can always go back and ask for more information or clarity with that. With that, I'd like to take a roll call.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a comment, if I may.
You can have a comment after the roll call vote, because I've asked for a roll call vote. With that, can we have a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Dennis?
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop?
Yes.
Senator Pickard?
No.
Senator Woodhouse?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles?
Yes.
Chair Miller?
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. And right now, I would like to take a 10-minute break, or come back at 4:15 and discuss any further actions to be taken. So let's go ahead and take a break.
Sorry, Madam Chair, am I allowed to still make my comment?
I'm going to ask you to save the comment for when we come back from break. So let's go ahead and take until 4:15, and I'm going to ask that committee members check their inbox right now. Thank you. Oops. Hello, everyone. If we could all come back, we only have a few more items and public comment to consider. So just give it a minute to make sure everyone is back with us. Okay, so it seems that everyone is back now. So before we move to our next agenda items, I am going to, Senator Woodhouse has a statement to make, and then Assemblywoman Tolles. So Senator Woodhouse, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to correct something on the record that I said earlier this afternoon when we were dealing with C10, which was the one regarding a letter to the Department of Ed regarding school districts on the licensure barriers. And I indicated that possibly not all of the smaller school districts had a local teachers union, and I have been corrected. All of the local school districts have a teachers union, even the very small ones. So I just want to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woodhouse. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to make a comment that I was voting on that last measure H2 out of work session with the understanding that our legislative body would be working with the charter school in regards to that reporting. As I listened to the discussion, it sounded like they were already collecting that information, but I did understand the concern of not creating too much burden administratively for them in the midst of all they have going on, while also making sure we have enough context. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
And Senator Woodhouse, we're gonna miss you. We love you. You beautiful flowers.
And again, Director Fiden has been very accessible and flexible and workable. So I imagine that will continue, especially with an item specifically that impacts the charter school authority. So thank you for that. Ms. Sturm, if you can move us to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. We're now at item I1 on page 8, which proposes legislation to temporarily pause the Nevada School Performance Framework retroactively during the 2020 to 2021 school year. The Nevada School Performance Framework would resume in the school year in which, as of the first day of school, all school districts return to full, regular in-person classes.
Thank you. And I know that this one needs some clarifying too, because there's so many acronyms and frameworks, but what this one actually applies to is the star ratings by which schools are individually scored. And again, with the extraordinary circumstances, with so many variables that can't be controlled, whether you're in a virtual or a hybrid, and with attendance being one of those factors that are considered for the star ratings, as well as student achievement data, that it would be appropriate to pause it just for this year, because with those ratings, to ensure that it doesn't have a negative impact on our communities and real estate and those things moving forward. So again, because and using our historical data is as a better indicator where a school's been performing for the past few years is a better indicator of what is happening this year. This year, we may see some changes that, again, are just temporary due to the extraordinary circumstances that we're in with our virtual and hybrid models. So that's what this proposal seeks to do. And with that, is there any discussion or questions?
Madam Chair, I just had a clarifying question for Superintendent Ebert, if she's still on the phone.
Superintendent Ebert?
Or maybe the school districts as well. It's my understanding that they already have the authority to essentially freeze the STAR system and have, or at least have the authority to do that this year. Is that correct?
Well, I think that also Mr. Killian can answer that one on whether the authority, because I think that it's happened in the past. So whoever would like to respond to that.
Madam Chair, this is Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. I'd be happy to defer to Superintendent Ebert so that she can explain kind of what the current on the ground status is, because she'd be much better informed on that than I would be.
Thank you, Asher. Superintendent Ebert, for the record, currently right now, the STAR ratings, it was part of our waiver that we submitted, same with the pause on the assessment. So it was one package that we submitted in the spring, and it is carried over from last year. So because it is a federal requirement to have a system in place, and our system that we developed with all of the constituents has been in place for many years. The ratings from the 1920 school year are carried forward into the 2021 school year.
Okay, so you're saying essentially it's carried over is your language. It's carried over.
That is correct,
okay.
Madam Chair.
So they will continue. Okay. Any further questions or comments on that?
Senator Dennis. So Mr. Killian, the fact that they did that, does that mean that they have the authority to do that, or that was just an emergency thing they did, and we need to clarify that in the statute?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So the school performance framework is slightly different than the testing issue that we encountered earlier. We have statutes that specifically require certain types of testing to conform with federal law. The school performance framework is required to exist, but the contours of that performance framework are generally developed by the Department of Education, I should say by the Nevada Department of Education, and approved by the Federal Department of Education outside of a statutory framework. So that's more a creature of federal law that we cooperate with the federal government on, rather than incorporating specific requirements into Nevada law the same way that we do with testing. So this wouldn't require the same sort of statutory change that the testing issue required in order for us to be in compliance with both state and federal law.
So, Madam Chair, based on this discussion, it seems to me that we may not need to do this if they've done it and they have the ability to do it at there already.
Agreed. We can move past to the next agenda item if there's no other questions or comments. Okay, and so the last agenda item is about, and again to NDE, thank you for coming in and presenting that, and thank you to the committee members who, again, to the indulgence for an additional presentation and BDR to consider. So Ms. Sturm, would you move us to the next agenda item, please?
Madam Chair, Jen Sturm for the record. So the final agenda item here in front of you, as Chairwoman Miller just discussed, was presented and discussed earlier this morning from the Nevada Department of Education. The recommendation would propose legislation to allow the reporting of recommendations resolving inspection issues or defects to be submitted with the inspection report to the superintendent of a school district wherein the vehicle operates. And you heard the presentation and discussion earlier this morning.
Is there any additional questions or comments about this item?
Madam Chair.
Is that Assemblywoman Carlton?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I am supportive of the issue. Of course, we want to have these buses inspected. I did learn something new after all these years of being in the legislature, that we actually have the State Highway Patrol doing this, and these are county-owned buses. So that begs another question, which I plan on looking into, is why is our state resources being used for this? Maybe a perfectly logical explanation for it, but I'd like to look into it, because as we look at the state budget and very tight resources, we want to make sure we get the best use out of each dollar. So we can investigate that as we move forward. But I do support making sure that the designee gets the notice on this, so that if there is something that needs to be fixed immediately, we make sure that the right person gets the right notice. So I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Madam Chair,
Senator Woodhouse?
I'm ready to make a motion for you if you are ready for one.
Certainly, I'm ready for one.
I move approval of JI, the school bus inspections.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by motion by Senator Woodhouse and a second by Vice Chair Dennis. Any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Richard, a roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Senator Pickard,
Yes.
Senator Woodhouse,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Carlton,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. So right now we are at the end of our agenda, which actually comes in much earlier than anticipated. So thank you everyone for your hard and diligent work today. We are going to move to our next item, which is public comment. So again, I just want to remind everyone that public comment is open. You may call 669-900-6833. And when prompted, enter ID 932-0915-6393 and then press pound. We also are, excuse me 1 minute. I'd like to take a 3-minute break, please. And then we'll move. Okay, thank you for that. Again, addressing, let me start again with the number for public comment. And again, it is 1-669-900-6833. And when prompted, enter meeting ID 93209156393, and then press pound. Also, comments that are emailed to education@lcb.state.nv.us will be accepted. And you also may mail written or fax comments to 775-684-6600. Again, I'd like to remind everyone that public comment is limited to 2 minutes a person, and that you will receive kind of a little indication at that 20-second mark when you have 20 seconds remaining. And that we also ask that you clearly state and spell your name for the record to ensure that it's recorded properly. And with that, if we could open it up to our first public caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits 030. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Brad Keating, for the record, representing Clark County School District. Brad, B-R-A-D, Keating, K-E-A-T-I-N-G. As always, how could I let this committee end without a wonderful good news minute? I know how much Assemblywoman Carlton loves these, so I could not let her go without hearing one more prior to the next legislative session. Just wanted to inform you all that we are excited to announce that 52 Clark County School District students were named National Merit Scholarship Program semifinalists. We look forward to seeing they represent less than 1% of U.S. high school seniors and qualify to continue in the competition for National Merit Scholarships worth more than $30 million that'll be offered next spring. So next time we're together at the legislative session, we'll be able to tell you how many of those students move forward. But we're excited of those 52 students and of all of our students right now going through school in this unique time. So thank you.
Madam Chair, the public line is open, but there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, I would like to just first, again, extend another, recognition for Senator Woodhouse and all the years and hard work that she's put into education even before entering the legislature. And of course, all of her work throughout her years in the legislature. I imagine this is bitter. I'm not sure if it's sweet, but definitely I think that the bitter part, it's definitely difficult. But I know that Senator Woodhouse has plans to stay engaged in the process as things move forward. So again, just want to recognize all your years of service and what you've done for the state of Nevada. That being said, I'd like to recognize all of the committee members and thank you for all of your, not only your long hours, your hard work, your excellent questions, your challenges, because education is something that everyone has a stake in, and it's so vital and so important to really the entire function of our state. And so I appreciate all the work that's gone into it and all the passion that's gone into it, and even all the disagreement that's gone into it, because that certainly is part of our democratic process. And I think that that's part of vetting and ensuring that we're doing what's best for our Nevadans. And it's definitely been a joy to chair this committee and also work alongside Vice Chair Dennis and all of you. So I just want to thank you for all the time and work and effort and passion that everyone put into this committee.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Dennis.
Thank you. We weren't gonna let you off that easy. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done chairing the committee. I know what it's like, and there's a lot of work. The meetings are long, and the preparation is even longer. And so I appreciate all the work that you've done, and I appreciate all the members and the work that they put forward and the passion that they have for education. You know, the things that we do really do make a difference for our kids. So I appreciate all the work that's been done. I appreciate our staff, as you mentioned earlier, all the work that they have to do so that we can have these meetings and have the information that we need. So once again, thank you so much. And I also, my dear friend, Joyce, thank you so much for all the work that we've been able to do together. And I suspect we're going to be able to do some more stuff as we move forward, perhaps in a different setting. But thank you so much, Joyce. You truly are an inspiration to all of us, your passion to help our kids and help our teachers. And thank you for all that work. And Madam Chair, thank you once again for all your work. And
thank you.
Look forward to some great things at session.
Thank you. And again, to our staff at LCB from every single different department that is involved with putting on an interim committee, especially a virtual committee. And again, we work long hours, and then of course they're still working long hours after us. So thank you so much for that. Any further comments from any other committee members before we adjourn? Okay, well, with that, we will go ahead and adjourn, and this is the actual end of the interim committee on education. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair.